Hey! What's up, everybody? My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. Welcome to Workbench Wednesday. That was a little bit of flying from Club Europe, from the camera testing. I'm gonna leave a bunch of this. I'm gonna let a bunch of this play out. I'm gonna be down in the corner, and yeah, I flew a shitload of batteries. I flew 9 batteries in a row. And somehow I didn't break anything. So I'm just gonna let those roll for a little bit here. What's that? And then I'll get caught up on chat down in the corner. That's not that day. That's another day. Hold on. Let me find the right day. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, so I'm just gonna let these play. And I'll get caught up on chat. You'll be able to see my stupid face down in the corner. There we go, there's the beginning. Yeah. Crackling in the audio. Well, not much I can do about that, unfortunately. To unplug the mic will mean I'll have to kill the stream. Sounds fine now? That's weird. Was I screaming or something? No, there's nothing near the mic. It's popping? Clicking every time you talk. Well, I guess I have to restart the computer. So I will restart the computer. I don't know if it's gonna let me jump back into this stream or if it's gonna start a new stream. So, but I just have to do it. So, yeah. I'm not gonna change any of the settings, guys, because I haven't changed anything. It was fine, you know, 2 days ago. So let me restart the computer. Maybe it'll let me jump back into this stream, maybe not. Let me hit edit here. Let me see if I can turn off enable auto stop. All right, so enable auto stop is off. All right, I'm gonna restart. Maybe it'll let me jump back into this stream. Maybe I'll have to make another stream, but I have no choice. Hopefully I'll be back in this stream. If not, I'll restart another stream and it'll start at 10:15. So I'll either see you in a minute or I'll see you at 10:15. I'll be back. All right, type live if I'm back. Wow. It looks like YouTube let me restart the computer. Wow. Okay. That's really good to know. Cool. Is the audio better? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Wow. Okay. 12-year-old computers, man. Let me see if the, wow, I've even got all the old chats. Okay, so, dude, pretty cool. Okay, I can full-blown restart the computer, and as long as it looks like as long as I do it quick enough, we're good to go. Although now there's a million dropped frames. That's on YouTube's side. So there's really nothing I can do about that, unfortunately. That's been plaguing all streamers lately. So let me turn back on auto stop. And it looks like the dropped frames have subsided. Interesting. Huh. Very cool that I can restart the computer and not dump the stream out. That's super cool. DJ CJX, Alexander Romanenko, Blizzard FPV, CMYK FPV, Squints FPV, Toxic, Adam Doyle, Quadzimoto, Word FPV, License to Drive, Chibi is in the house, Word again, License to Drive again, Kathy McKibben, Ed K, Diddy FPV, Remy Tim in the house, moderating the hell out of the chat, 661 FPV, Kudo FPV, Diddy FPV again. What else we got in here? 661. Frank Nicholas is in the house. Random FPV. B-Man. Ed K. Chomper. Kathy McKibben again. Beep Tube. Chomper again. Ghost Branch. Chemtrail Pilot. Richard is here. I think that's everybody. YouTube just did the thing. So yeah, officially that is everybody. If I missed you, you gotta get here earlier and or just scream louder. DJ tagged me and said, what's up? CMYK said, how's the week going, dude? Hanging in, brother. How about you? It looks like I'm going to be able to go to the drift events in the future. That's pretty cool. The dude that developed a huge problem with me seems to be gone, so that's a good thing. Who else do we have here? Mondays. Ugh, of all the days, Adam, why's it got to be Mondays? Why don't we? I guess what we can do, Adam, is I'll do a stream when you get here on Mondays, and then I'll do the Monday night stream at 10 o'clock, because I'm sure that you're not going to want to hang around until 10 o'clock. I also don't want to stream on top of Joshua from 8 to 10. What time do you think you can get here, Adam? Adam is Squints FPV, everybody. Sorry. And I'm trying to get him onto these streams. But he's got a life. So we're trying to work out our schedules. Chibi saying hello. DJ CJX says, need recommendations for a 19 by 19 FPV cam. You want the Runcam Phoenix, in my opinion, DJ. There's everybody telling me that the mic is jacked up. Alright. Getting caught up on chat here, boys and girls. Oh, wait, no, here. I said that I was going to let some of this flight footage roll, so let me not be a liar. And while I'm getting caught up on chat here, you guys can watch me fly. That's not the one. That's not the one. There we go. All right, so yeah, this is 9 batteries in a row, 3 different rigs, 3 different nano cameras, a bunch of different batteries, and yeah, one of my favorite local spots. One of the more infamous local spots as well. And I'm just gonna be down in the corner like this. All right, there we go. So yeah, this is session 4. These are my regular old glide rigs, $300-ish each. Acon ESC, Acon flight controllers. One of them has a Talon F7 MPU 6000. They all have MPU 6000s though, so they're pretty much all the same flight controller. Tramp HV, VTXs. You guys know my builds by now. And yeah, this is me trying to figure out which of these nano cameras that I want to go with. So I mean, you guys can't see the nano camera feed. I wasn't DVRing it. This is my approach to the camera testing is basically that whichever one I fly better on is the one that I want to stick with. Oops. So yeah, watching the HD footage and just kind of paying attention to which one I'm flying the least horrible on is what really matters. But yeah, session 4 in 4x3, 1440. No ND filter because I was just kind of bashing around. There's a very bent prop on here right now, which is why there's a little bit of jello. I got it. I got that off. I think halfway through this first battery. Alright, so let me pull the chat up here and I'm going to get caught up on the chat while I am flipping and flopping around in the sky. Oh, you know what? Let me do this. Hold on. Let me pull this over here. And then let me share the left monitor. Not the right monitor. Yeah. There we go. Cool. Now I can have... Wait, where'd the chat go? There it is. Man streams for first time, live on stream. There we go. Alright, now I can kind of like not be looking all the way over here. Finding my place in the chat. Word FPV saying hello. If you guys want to talk directly to me, all you've got to do is type my name in the chat, CiottiFPV. You got to spell it right, CiottiFPV, no spaces, no nonsense. Yeah, when you type somebody's name into the chat and you spell it correctly, it highlights in orange for them, so that they know that you're talking to them. So do that for me. If you don't tag me in the chat, I'll assume that you're talking amongst yourself. Our chat is filled with super cool people, and yeah, you should talk to them. They're fun. They know what they're talking about. They're smart, talented, awesome humans. And yeah, there's that. Where am I at here? Okay, there's all the audio nonsense. Okay. And then we've got... There we go. Okay, and there's where the stream came back. All right, very cool. Audio's back to normal. It's fixed. All right, good deal. Still dropping a lot of frames. Got that figured out. B-Man says what's up. And Random FPV says, so YouTube did the thing, but a good thing this time. Yeah, it's true. Remy Tim says, are you saying that YouTube did something right for once? I don't know if I go that far, but they didn't do something wrong, I guess. Frank says no drop frames here. CMYK says all is well now. And YouTube just did the thing, scrolling back up, trying to find my spot. Let me do this. I'm gonna pop the chat out again here. Chat was doubled up on my side. I've got a stomach full of McDonald's, so if I shit my pants, you guys will know why. There we go. Alexander says, still dropping a lot of frames. Nothing I can do about that. That's on YouTube's side, unfortunately. B-Man FPV is in here. He says, what's up? Oh, wait, no. All right, I already read that. Here we go. Okay. Now I'm at the right spot. Chopper Girl is here. Chopper Girl, how are you? Thank you for being a part of the 0.5%. My analytics of male versus female are 99.5% male, 0.5% female. Much appreciated. Love that 0.5%. You 0.5% is worth like 50%. That's how good the women of FPV are. Remy Tim says, there were 1 million drop frames because you dropped transmitting frames for 1 million frames worth of seconds. Blue Vision FPV says hi from New Zealand. Blue Vision, what time is it there? Is it morning? New Zealand is pretty much opposite, right? It's 10:22 at night here. Random FPV says, I'm here to make it weird like always. Always good to have you, Random. And let me just fast forward this a little bit. There we go. Predator Nano. It's Yo, the pollen was brutal. You can see it when I take off on a couple of these. Look at how it the pollen was so ridiculous the other day. We actually got a whole bunch of rain today, which rinsed all the pollen away, which is really nice. But all the trees are still having sex and blooming, so it'll be back in a day or two, I'm sure. This rig still I can tell that this rig still has the banged up propeller on it. So that was actually interesting, the flight controller reset there, which was a little strange. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why. Alright, so I had to make the walk of shame here. Let me fast forward past it. It's one of the few times I crashed, though. Well, and had to take the walk of shame at least. Alright, cool. What else do we have going on here in the chat? Let's get caught up. Double A is in the house. What's up, Double A? Sunrise Water Media saying 37 watching and only 12 thumbs up. Thanks, Sunrise Water. Very cool of you. Oh, yeah, hey, this is my full-time job. That was on purpose, maybe. This is my full-time job now. If you'd like me to continue streaming each and every single day, I need your help. CiottiFPV.com has a million ways that you can help me. You can click the buttons down below, thumbs up, subscribe, bell, all that good stuff. That helps YouTube's algorithm. If you want to do a little bit more than that, you can go to CiottiFPV.com. I've got a million affiliate links. If you ever find yourself doing an order on Amazon, FPV Crate, Get FPV, Oh My God's website, FPV Cycle, and a bunch of others, If you hit my affiliate link before you do the order, you can still use coupon codes, you can still do all the things, but I will get between 1 and 6% of your order, and when a bunch of you guys do that, I get a whole bunch of free money, and I can keep doing this all day, every day. So yeah, if you can remember to do that, so some folks have replaced their bookmarks with my affiliate links, so that anytime they go to any one of those websites, they have to click my affiliate link. That drops my code into their shopping cart, and then when they do an order, they don't even have to think about it. I also have a Patreon page, which is going to be pretty nuts in the month of April. The month of April, which is tomorrow, I guess. My birthday is halfway through April. And FPV Exchange has very, very, very kindly sent over 3 $300 5-inch builds that are back there on the shelf, and I'm going to be doing giveaways for those, and then probably just 2 of those in April, but then I have 3 more builds that I'm going to be doing as part of the Patreon giveaways. So April is going to be a month where 5 full builds get given away. They're probably going to be given away. I haven't completely decided on how it's going to work, but no matter what, you're going to have to be on the Patreon page to get in on that, which is $3 whole a month. That's 10 cents a day. I do daily live streams for the Patreon people. So for 10 whole cents a day, you can get like 2+ hours of me every single day. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but that's up to you to decide. So yeah, April's going to be absolutely nuts. It's a really, really good time to join the Patreon. I'm starting to feel like maybe the 5-inch builds, and this is not set in stone yet, I'm still figuring this out, but I feel like the 5-inch builds are going to be giveaways on the for the $30 tier, specifically, just to kind of give those people, yeah, I mean, those people are like crazy supporters. But I haven't totally decided yet. I'm still kind of figuring out how those builds are going to work. I think there's also going to be a requirement that you guys get onto FPV Exchange and maybe like send me a screenshot of you having imported some of your previous purchases. Nevin from FPV Exchange is like $1,000 in the hole with these builds. So I got to make sure that it's worth it for him. Me giving him shout outs are one thing, but yeah, I mean, that's a lot, that's a lot of money that he's, and he built them. He's got time into these things too. He built the damn things. So yeah, I want to make sure that it's worth it for him because, yeah, he's been an incredible supporter, and, it's only fair. So yeah, stay tuned for that. Patreon is a monthly kind of thing. So it's March 31st. If you join now, you'll be on my Patreon for all of April. So now is a great time to join. When you get over there, you'll see there's a bunch of tiers: $3, $5, $10, $20, $30, $40, $50. They all have different perks and benefits. I do a pretty good job kind of explaining it over there. But basically the way that it works, $5, $10, and $20, those are the basic tiers for the Tiny Whoop and Toothpick giveaways, the 3-inch micro brushless and Cinewhoop giveaways, and the 5-inch giveaways. So if you only fly Tiny Whoops, you can join the $5 a month tier, and I have two of the full build giveaways are going to be in that $5 tier. One of them is going to be in the $10 tier, and then 2 of them are going to be in either the 5-inch tier or the $30 tier. I think it's going to be the $30 tier, but I'm still kind of working it out in my head. I just basically want to figure out the most fair way to give, FPV Exchange some love, to show you guys some love, but to also, yeah, get as much value out of it as possible, because $1,000 is a ton of money. So yeah, we'll do that. I'll figure that out, rather. Squints, post a link to your channel. You're a mod. Random FPV says, can a mod please post a link to Squints' channel? You guys can just search him, too, if you just copy and paste his name. Is Squints not a mod? He better be. Oh, man. I can't tell if he is. Chat won't let me scroll up far enough. There's also a Teespring store with t-shirts, hoodies, and mugs. There's a Etsy store with a bunch of random hardware and some really cool stickers. And there's a Fiverr shop where I can work for you. I've got gigs on the Fiverr store for editing your videos for you, helping you tune, helping you spec out a build and buy the right parts so that you don't waste thousands of dollars on the wrong parts like I have over the last 4+ years. And flight instruction, which is the thing that I'm most excited about and the thing that most people have freaked out the most about and just absolutely loved. I've got a 10+ year history in instruction, or in motorsports rather. A big part of that was instructing, helping my students go faster, have more fun in a safe way on the racetrack and at autocrosses. And I'm really looking forward to moving that into FPV, as I have been. I've actually got a website being built for me by Andre from Rotor Riot called the FPVinstructor.com, or no, just FPVinstructor.com. I'm going to try to really have that be my main thing. I just absolutely love helping people get better at really difficult, really technical activities. It's just very rewarding for me to see them get better, and I think there's a lot of value in it, right? Like when you fly, like one of the constant things that I hear from you guys, and just FPV pilots in general, is like, I think we're all pretty intelligent, right? And intelligence is a little bit of a curse, because you tend to kind of beat yourself up when you're intelligent. Like basically it's sort of the reverse of Dunning-Kruger, right? Dunning-Kruger states that the dumbest person in the room is typically the loudest person in the room. It's not exactly what it says, but yeah, essentially it's that as soon as you learn a little bit about something, you think that you know everything. And then as you get smarter and smarter and more knowledgeable and more intelligent, you realize how little you actually know. I think a lot of FPV pilots are not suffering from Dunning-Kruger. We're all kind of too smart for our own good. And that leads to kind of beating yourself up a lot, right? And something that I just constantly hear from FPV pilots is, oh, I'm so shit. Look how good Steel is. Look how good all these pro pilots are. I'll never be that good. And that's hard. That's hard for me to hear as someone who's pushed himself through that over the years, and totally understands that feeling and lived that feeling, and I still live that feeling. Like, this flying that you guys are watching now, I think is still pretty garbage. On one hand, it drives me to be better, but on the other hand, it's kind of self-destructive. And so, yeah, just like being a little bit better as a pilot feels really good, and it gets you out of that negative self-talk. And the folks that I've worked with on instruction, I've definitely felt like have gotten past that and are like a lot happier with how they're flying. And that's even more rewarding to kind of see that. So, yeah, that's what I got going on. Turbo shill for the first half hour. No, actually, no, not a whole half an hour. Technical issues for 29 minutes and 1 minute of turbo shilling. Back into the chat I go. Yeah, so again, you guys are awesome. All the help that you've already given to keep this thing going is absolutely amazing. Let's just keep going and see where this takes us. I'll bring you along for the ride, whether you like it or not. So this is the third battery with the Predator. This is the last battery with the Predator Nano. I think I started to get a little bit more nuts in here. But for the record, this is not like my normal flying. This is me backed off, trying not to wreck these rigs. I'm really trying to be better about that this year. Just like every single time I fly, and there is bounce back. I wanted to check that in the HD. I softened up the tune on all three of these rigs, and there's bounce back on the pitch axis, so I need a little bit more P and D gain on the pitch axis. I thought that I saw it in the goggles, but I'm glad I just glanced over at the HD. I also realized that these three rigs, they all had like they all had subtly different tunes. I thought the tunes were already the same on them, but when I plugged all three of them in back to back, they were like 5 points off from one another. So I picked the most backed off of the three, and yeah, it looks like I need a little bit more authority on the pitch axis to handle the extra weight, which is not surprising. That's pretty normal. The never-ending power loops. I love this little awning thing. All right, so getting caught up on chat here while you guys watch some flying from 2 days ago. 2 D's nuts ago. Dragon Wing FPV by Espen Lassius says, "What's up, man? Hope everything is good. Loads of love from Norway." Wow, Norway. Very cool. What's it like in Norway? I don't think I know anything about Norway. I'm pretty sure I couldn't point to Norway on a map. Yeah, what's FPV like in Norway? Is it, I know in Sweden it's like very regulated, which to me as a cheeseburger eater is kind of nuts. But Norway, very cool. Norway seems like it would be absolutely beautiful. But most of the world feels like that to me. DJ CJX says, "Well, some money for you used your link to buy the cameras." Very cool, DJ. Thank you, brother. Yeah, all of you guys that remember to use my affiliate links, you are absolute rock stars. I don't even usually remember to use my own affiliate links. So if you actually remember to use them, that's super awesome. And again, it's just totally free money. It's kind of like ridiculous. But yeah, it's super, super, super helpful. Dronny5 FPV Smith is in the house. He says, "Have you ever had your FPV feed go black and white back to color through the flight controller, but not if directly connected to the radio transmitter?" No. That's very weird. My only guess would be maybe the OSD chip is starting to fail. Very strange. That's a very strange issue, huh? License to Drive says, "All the trees having sex, are you saying trees have what?" Indeed. What else do we have here? CMYK FPV dropping the Linktree link, as well as Frank Nicholas. Thanks, guys. CMYK beat Frank to it. LCV FPV says, "Might have some tuning work to help me out with a recent glide build. Got it very close, but I have the money and feel it's worth getting one tuned for your help to see how it flies." Sounds good, LCV. I look forward to that, man. I love helping you guys tune, because it's not just me saying, you know, hey, put 5 there, put 10 there, put 45 there. It's like an actual conversation of like, you know, where are you flying? How do you fly? Whose flight style do you want to emulate? What are you doing with your footage? How often do you change propellers? Where do you crash? You know, do you crash into trees? Do you crash into grass? Do you crash into concrete? And then really like having a specific tune for your use. And then also at the same time kind of explaining to you what I'm doing and giving you a little bit of a path that you can move forward with on the tune. I typically don't get you guys cranked to the absolute bitter limit of what's possible. I'll usually back you off a little bit and then explain to you how to push it a little bit farther if it's not enough. And that tends to really help sort of demystify the whole tuning process, because it's not that, like, it's pretty daunting. But it's not that bad. Mainly it's just, like, once you have a bunch of the stuff set, it's mainly just moving P and D up and down. And with how good RPM filtering is, you can be pretty ham-fisted with adding and removing P and D gain and not really run into hot motors. So, yeah, the tuning window in Betaflight is pretty incredible nowadays, and that really makes your life a lot easier, and yeah, it always feels good for me to kind of walk you through that, because the idea is not to have you guys need to come back to me over and over and over again to change the tune. Like, my goal is to get you a baseline, explain to you how the simpler parts of tuning work, and then you go off and do it for yourself and literally learn how to tune. because yeah, it's really valuable knowing how to tune, and it's really not all that hard. You go from a Session 5 to a Hero 8. You can just go to the pitch axis and add 5 to 10 points of P and D gain, and you're good to go. Like, that's literally it. That is the only difference between my tunes for my Hero 8 and the Session 5. On cinema type gigs, I'm flying Hero 8, and I just add 10 points of P and D only to the pitch axis. That's all it needs. And yeah, I just love kind of having that conversation with you guys and sort of explaining to you what's happening when you do that and things like that. So, yeah, hit me up when you're ready, LCV. I would love to help you out. I love, yeah, the one-on-one helping you guys out stuff is just my absolute favorite. Here's some right-handed orbits. Those are way harder than left-handed orbits. Next time you're out flying, do some right-handed orbits. You won't believe how much harder they are than doing them to the left. Adam Doyle says, I'm on Patreon and want to get in on this giveaway. Would kill for a drone. Sounds good, Adam. When I know what the actual rules are going to be, I'll be talking about them here. Chemtrail Pilot says, I'd love to get some gear from FPV Cycle through your affiliate link, but they're always out of stock. Yeah, making really good quality gear. Yeah, Bob makes really good quality stuff, and unfortunately none of the manufacturers that can produce big quantities also produce good quality. So yeah, I mean, it's a good problem to have, right? The alternative is that he sells garbage and then it blows up on you. So here's one thing that you can do, Chemtrail Pilot, is become a patron of FPV Cycle, because on his Patreon channel, as soon as he gets shipments and stuff in, he drops a quick email out to everybody to let them know. So for a couple bucks a month, you can jump on Bob's Patreon and get the inside scoop on when stuff is coming. Yikes. Okay. Hey, anybody that has a Insta360 Go, not the new one, the old one, the Insta360 Go 1, if you want one of these little TPU holders, mounts for it, let me know. I'll ship you one for whatever the cost of shipping is. A couple bucks. Alright, you guys should be watching the feed again. Or the flying again. Let me just make sure. I don't trust it. Yes! Okay, good. And here we go. FPV Trucker says, new Peterbilt on the hook, the way to Peterbilt, Indianapolis. Still listening though. Sounds good. Adam Doyle says, if I win one, I'll buy an HD headset and remote. That's good because they don't have, so the builds that FPV Cycles, FPV Exchange sent, they don't have receivers or cameras / VTXs, because it's kind of pointless for me to put one of those in for Nevin or myself to put that in there, because yeah, there's not much of a chance that it'll be exactly right for each winner. Oh god, that looks so good. I never got that super clean. So yeah, that'll be your chance to dig into HD, Adam. All right, there you guys posting the links again. Thank you. Dragonwing says, thing you said about being knowledgeable hit it on the head. Love from Norway. It's 4:33 a.m. off to bed soon. Good God, Dragonwing. Dragonwing is hardcore. 4:33 a.m. watching his boy CiottiFPV. Look at that. Very cool, man. Forevermore says, jacked off. CiottiFPV to each his own. Did I say jacked off? Yikes. Oh man, YouTube just did the thing. Scrolling back up. Ooh, I'm almost caught up. Word FPV says, everybody should have the FPV Never Give Up sticker placed on your workbench and bags, first and last thing you see when you fly. Something to see while repairing. Let me show you guys what that looks like. I mean, I agree. It look well. Here, I'll do this for a second again. There it is. There's the old Clam Man. Clam Man and the Clam Man. You know you need that sticker. You know you need a reminder to not give up each and every day. Especially on your workbench. That's a really good idea to put it on the workbench, since that's typically where I usually want to give up. BeepTube says Norway is awesome. Dragonwing says with the right I just rammed right into that goddamn mailbox. Dragonwing says with the right papers, FPV is awesome in Norway. Check out my channel for some cinematic from Norway. We don't have to go far to find beautiful nature. Very cool. Very, very cool, Dragonwing. And then Huckleberry says, once you start understanding what the PIDs do and the change in feel of flight is right when you start getting the tune down. Yeah, it's so true. I talk a lot about it on here to try to really demystify it. But I understand that it's scary, right? Like, if you get it totally wrong, you can blow stuff up. But that's pretty rare. And as long as you keep an eye on your motor heat, you're going to be totally fine. So change your PID values. It's easy to to set them back to stock. Huckleberry says truly impressed with your rip sessions. Thank you, brother. And look at that. We are all caught up on chat. What am I going to do now? Have you guys seen enough of the flying? Should I just jump out of the flying? Let me at least pause it. Right after I go through this hole. Oh! Yeah, that hole is complete. Like, I can't see any of the scraggle when I'm going through that hole. It's just, I just kind of know where it should be, and then I just kind of trust that I'm going to hopefully make it. Which is a lot of analog, but it's worked for us for this long. I think did I get under this bench? I might have already gotten under that bench. This is where I started to get a little bit brave. So I think this is me now flying on the Foxeer Toothless 2 Nano. But I think it's more me just getting used to kind of flying this spot. CMYK, oh, awesome. Good question, CMYK. He says, thoughts on finding any Talon F7 flight controllers or subs? So right before the stream started, Steven, I replied to you on Discord. Unfortunately not. I jumped on FPV Exchange and searched Talon F7 MPU 6000, and everybody that came up was out of stock. My fear is that the MPU 6000 gyro was discontinued like 6 months ago, and my fear is that yeah, the flight controllers that have that gyro are kind of gone. I wanted to like load up on a bunch of those flight controllers before this happened, and I kind of forgot. So yeah, I'm not super happy about it. I now don't have a flight controller that I can really recommend. The Acon F7 with the MPU 6000, I was a huge fan of, and the Talon F7, and they're both gone, it would appear. So yeah, I actually need to I actually now need to figure that out. I need to start looking at 20x20 flight controllers to figure out which one has a good pad layout. I'm gonna need to start testing them again to see if there's one that actually holds up to any abuse. Yeah, not happy about that. So, and that's gonna take some time. So, I would, in the interim, I would maybe take a look at T-Motor. T-Motor's electronics, I'm pretty sure that T-Motor's not making them, but whoever they're having make them for them seems to be doing a really good job. I've heard nothing but good stuff about the T-Motor electronics. So I would take a look at them for right now, and I'm actually probably going to be bugging you for feedback on them, because yeah, I mean my testing cycle is usually like 6 months of hard use, and I'm going to need to be able to recommend something before then. So I don't know. Man, I really wish the hype train wasn't so strong in this hobby. What the hell happened there? Yeah, I really wish the turnover in this hobby with electronics wasn't so frequent, because it's, yeah, I mean, like, by the time I test something enough to feel really confident about suggesting it to, 1,000 people per day, it's being replaced by something else that has fancier numbers attached to it, but doesn't actually perform any better in most cases. So I don't know. It's tough. This is me logging. I want to send a black box over to one of the black box ninjas to take a look at a log on this softened up tune, because I want to get a feel for how soft this tune really is, basically. So this is what it looks like for me to do a quick log to give black box enough data to really see what the hell's going on. And I think right there I stopped logging. So if you guys are ever curious about the maneuvers and the movements that you want to do when you're logging black box, to be able to then pull that up and check response time, check overshoot, check all that good stuff, that was a really good example of how to do that, and how to do it quickly. I always try to get the logging done as quick as possible so that the battery is fresh, and to just kind of get it out of the way. There's no reason to take a ton of time to do logging. Full right flip, full left flip, full front flip, full back flip, twitch moves in all those directions, yaw in both directions, full throttle punch where you ramp the throttle up slowly, big dive at 0 throttle, and then a little bit of like dynamic stuff, like just a little bit of dynamic kind of moving around like you would normally fly. And yeah, that's pretty much it. CMYK, if you find a flight controller that looks good to you, shoot me a link. And if you have any questions on it, shoot me a link. And there are some specific things that I look for on flight controllers. So yeah, feel free to hit me on Discord or Instagram or Facebook with like, hey, this one looks good, but what about this one as well? I'll take a look at them and give you my thoughts. I would actually love for you to do that, because that'll force me to start looking at the damn things. I have enough. I have enough flight controllers to hold me over for a while. I have like 2 extra of the Acon F7s, and I think I also have 2 extra of the Talon F7s. So I'm actually okay, but I do need to have affiliate links for you guys. So yeah, I do need to kind of get a little bit of research done. And I would love to do that together. Johnny5FPV Smith says, sounds crazy, but I've been tuning my quads with BLA32 and BLAS. You can get a lot of bad symptoms out with it. I'm so bad at Betaflight tuning, lol. What are you tuning in the ESC firmware, Johnny, to fix issues? I know ramp up power is one way. Unfortunately, they're like, ramp up power is kind of like hitting the problem with a big ass hammer, and there's no real, kind of like there's no free lunches with ramp up power. Mainly if you move ramp up power down. If you move ramp up power down, there are some definite negative consequences. So careful with that. Ryan Harrell is a friend of mine who has schooled me on a lot of the BL Heli stuff. He runs Mini Quad Test Bench. He is like the guy that knows more than pretty much anybody about ESCs and motors. He's helped Bob Rugi out a ton from FPV Cycle. So yeah, it's no free lunches with BL Heli usually, but there is some interesting stuff that you can do, and 32.8 with the variable PWM is looking pretty good. There's some subtle improvements in there, but yeah, I'm curious if you, it was almost like I did that on purpose. I'm curious if you're doing anything other than ramp up power. On the ESC tuning side, there's not a ton of really good info, and according to Ryan, the defaults are kind of where you want to be, but yeah, I don't know. I'm always looking to learn more. See, you can fit under it, but man, is that tight. That post office gap is pretty ridiculous. Look at all, you guys probably can't see it because of the stream quality, but there's a huge cloud of pollen when I landed there. Huckleberry FPV with a $5 super chat. He says, bro, this flight would be awesome with the Ciotti edit toucheroni. Thank you for the super chat, Huckleberry. Much appreciated. I'm thinking that I'm going to send this footage over to Finn FPV. Finn FPV is doing some editing for me. And I'm trying to figure out how to compensate him fairly. I put him on all the giveaway. I'm going to be putting him on all the giveaway wheels, which is like the absolute least that I can possibly do. But I need to figure out a way to compensate him a little bit more than that, because that's not, that's like $30 a month, realistically, worth of compensation, that's worth like 1 hour of editing in my book, if not even less than that. But yeah, I sent him some random footage of me flying this school, and yeah, he put a few hours into it for like an initial edit. So you guys are going to be seeing that. One of the other things that I'm going to do for him is like those edits, when I put them up on my channel, they're going to be like in the title, and I'm going to grab his logo. They're going to be like Finn FPV edits. That'll be like the title, like Finn FPV edits dash session 4 at the stables or whatever, to try to drive some traffic his way, because yeah, there's a little bit more value there. So yeah, I'm considering sending these 9 batteries over to him to do another edit with these, because there were some good runs in here. I wasn't really trying to fly super hard, but there were a couple really decent runs and dives and fun moves and whatnot as I hammer down through that invisible hole in the trees. So yeah, look out for him, and everybody go subscribe to him. It's Finn, Finn space FPV. He's about a year into piloting, but you wouldn't know it because his editing is really on point. And he edits in a similar way to me, where like, don't go crazy using transitions and effects and everything. Just pick clips that cut everything up, and then pick clips that fit together really well. So yeah, that's pretty exciting. If this thing here keeps growing, I would love to be able to pay him, $40 an hour or $30 an hour for his editing services. But yeah, I mean, I'm not there yet. But yeah, very cool of him to offer up his editing services, because he's really good at it, and I'm hoping that some of you guys will maybe take him up on it and get some of your footage edited up nice with some cool music and up on the YouTube, because people want to see it, man. I know that you don't think you're a great pilot, but there are a lot of people that don't think that they're great pilots, and the people that don't think that they're great pilots like watching the other people's footage that also don't think that they're great pilots, because it makes them feel like they're an okay pilot. You know what I mean? Like, I know it's fun to watch pro pilots all the time. Nice, thanks Remy Tim. Thanks for dropping that link. Remy Tim just dropped a link to Finn's channel. Yeah, it's great to watch pro pilots and all, but if a pro pilot is a 10 out of 10 and you're at like a 3 out of 10, a lot of what that 10 out of 10 pilot is going to do is going to be way over your head, and you're not going to really learn from it. So if you're at a 3 out of 10 and you watch somebody that's a 4 out of 10, you're actually going to pick up a lot more from that person. So yeah, put your flights up, guys. It's a part of the game, and it's a part of the joy of FPV. I know it seems like a lot of work, and it is a lot of work, but video editing is a great skill to have, and yeah, you're gonna love it. I can really tell that these are these tunes are softened up. There's way more prop wash than I'm used to, but what's interesting about that is that's a really good way to figure out what you're doing wrong in your flying, as we've talked about a million times. Thanks again, Huckleberry, for the super chat. Very cool of you. Beginning FPV says, did you ever test the HDLRC electronics they sent you? Not quite yet, Beginning, but after this Prototype 5 is done, the very next build is this QAVS Mini with the 4-inch arms, and that's where the HDLRC stuff is going to go. So, yeah, maybe as soon as, maybe as early, I mean, depending on how much I get done on the Prototype 5 tonight, maybe as early as this weekend, you guys will get to see that HDLRC stuff, and we'll get to see if it's any good. I think we're actually coming to the end of this flying session, so this might be cool. I'll get caught up on chat, and the end of this session will be here, and then we can just jump on the Prototype 5 for a while. FPV Trucker says, check out the Hi-Fi on RC F7 stacks. They have both 20x20, 30x30. A couple of the big name stores sell them. I have them on 3 rigs. So far, so good. I haven't even heard of them. I am copying and pasting into the Google machine. Hi-Fi on RC F7. Interesting. How have I not heard of these guys? Huh, very cool. They are opened in a tab. I will check them out after the stram. Frank Nicholas says, I also like the new Speedy BFC. I've seen that. It's got the little Bluetooth built in. The Speedy B stuff is interesting. It's pretty slick to be able to wirelessly dial in on your phone. My initial worry is that it's just like kind of one more thing to break, but maybe if it breaks, it doesn't cripple the whole. Like, my fear is that it's one more thing to break and then it cripples the whole flight controller. Maybe it doesn't though. And being able to wirelessly connect with SpeedyB is very cool. Frank also says, what's the average price of the Acon or Talon F7? I like the T-Motor flight controller and ESCs also. Average price is about like $30 on them, which is one of the reasons why I really like them, is because they're cheap. Frank says, G-Man says, I would happily try out one of those Insta360 Go 1 mounts. Sounds good, G-Man. Message me. If you go to CiottiFPV.com, I have links to all of my social media stuff on there. I'm just CiottiFPV everywhere. Instagram, Facebook, Patreon, all the places. Shoot me a message wherever you'd like, and just remind me. Just say, hey, it's G-Man from YouTube. I would like one of those Insta360 Go mounts. Here's my address, so the shipping is going to be $3 and change. So you could also on CiottiFPV.com at the bottom there's a PayPal button. You can just PayPal me like $3 and put 4 Insta360 Go TPU in there, and then I'll do that. Or just message me on one of the socials and we'll talk. It's all good. And hey, while you're at it, check out the Etsy store. See if there's anything that you want on the Etsy store, like stickers, or I got a bunch of hardware in there, and we can save on shipping. If you order something on the Etsy store, I'll just throw it into the same package, so you won't even need to cover the couple dollars shipping. I think I broke an entire propeller. No, that wasn't where I broke a propeller. That was where I bent one of the propellers. BeepTube says, I've only uploaded raw one-pack rips with no editing except to remove the first 12 seconds, nothing happening, or to upscale the DVR. I need to learn editing. No better time than now, BeepTube. Lots and lots and lots of info on here on YouTube to get you started on editing. Especially with like everybody being stuck at home. Everybody is learning to do video editing, so it's a great time, man. And you're gonna love it. You can take little videos off your phone and make washable edits that 10 years down the line you'll look at and be like, damn, I'm glad that I did that. Because you like relive the moment. It's pretty slick. DJ says, just got a new T-Motor flight, F7 flight controller and ESC stack. Tore down the 5-inch rig. Should have it flying Sunday. Very cool, DJ. Let us all know how the T-Motor stuff goes. WordFPV says, so I was just watching back a video. That's it. Look at that. We got through all of the, that's an entire flight session. Really, OBS? You're gonna, hold on. Let me restart OBS. Be right back. And we're back. For whatever reason, the keystrokes stop working quite often in OBS, and without the keystrokes working, you guys end up looking at the wrong, like you guys will end up looking at this for a half an hour as I talk to the camera, like a dum-dum. Wow, that was really good timing. Thank you, Remy Tim. Last comment to get me caught up is WordFPV. So I was just watching back a video of me tinning up a board, and I zoomed way in so I could really see it, and the little blobs look great, but I noticed on one that it kind of spit some solder. Yeah, that happens, Word. You got to be careful with that. Yeah, that's one of the, you got to really pay attention to that when you're soldering, because those, it doesn't happen often, but yeah, you can, little balls of solder can spit off, and if they get in the components, they can short stuff out. So like when you're working, just really pay attention to that stuff. And if you see any kind of that going on, make sure you get out your little 5X loop, which if you don't have one of these, you should scroll down into the description and get yourself one, because this is one of the most important tools to have. And yeah, if any of that's ever going on, just make sure you really look over the board to try to find where that tiny little ball went. Mark A is in the house. Chomper FPV says, I've been using T-Motor flight controllers and ESCs for a little over a year, a couple rigs, and they're solid. I have one flight controller go out, but I also had a concrete wall at 80% throttle. Awesome. Good to hear that, Chomper. That's what I keep hearing. I keep hearing that the T-Motor stuff is really good, so it's good to hear it from somebody I really trust. WordFPV says, question is how to avoid it. Was it not hot enough or something? I don't really know of a way to avoid it, Word. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. I think usually it's the flux. Usually it's not an actual little ball of solder. It doesn't happen to me all that often, and I run my iron at 700 degrees, so maybe your iron was a little bit hot, would be my guess. But yeah, I don't know. Look at that. Caught up on chat. Away we go on the Prototype 5. So we left off. Oh wait, no. Hold on. I almost forgot. Before we do that, some stuff came in the mail today. FPV crates, which I'm not going to open. You're going to have to wait until tomorrow. I'll do an unboxing live stream like I do every month. So we got that, which is going to be cool. It came with an extra sticker sheet, which, I don't know, I ain't going to complain about. And then Frank Nicholas sent me some stuff. First and foremost, he sent me a USB foot pedal. So next time we play Velociraptor in combat mode, maybe I'll suck a little bit less. which I think is going to be 2 Sundays from now. So this should be interesting. And then he sent me a whole bunch of these Strix Tiny Whoop cases, and one of them. So I need to throw this request out again because I still would like another one. I bought Frank's Newbie Drone V1 Acro Bee from him, and I would love to buy another one of these from you guys. So here's what I really need. I need the Newbie Drone V1 AIO board, and the way that you can tell it's the V1 Newbie Drone AIO board is by the fact that it requires, first of all, the Newbie Drone brushless boards are that yellow color. So that's how you know it's a Newbie Drone board. It's yellow. I need the brushless boards. The boards for brushed don't do me any good. That is what the V1 board looks like. The way that you can tell if it's a V2 board, which also unfortunately does me no good, is that, and I'm gonna have to focus this manually because Logitech doesn't know how to make cameras that work worth a shit. So this is the V2 board. You see those little yellow antennas? Those little yellow antennas are how you can tell it's a Newbie Drone V2 Acro Bee brushless board. And this board does me no good. I need I'm looking for the V1 board, which requires an external receiver. There's no antennas like that whatsoever on the board. So yeah, if you guys have a V1 if you just have the board, I would love to just buy the board off you. But much more likely is going to be that you have one of these like Frank did, the V1 Acro Bee. I will buy the entire V1 Acro Bee from you. Name your price. I do just need the board out of it, so if for whatever reason you want to keep the motors and the camera, that's great. But I will absolutely gladly buy the entire board from you. Fairly functional. This is the Cockroach 75 frame, and it comes with that brace from Newbie Drone. So yeah, if you've got a V1 Acro Bee and it's got the yellow board, brushless motors, and no antennas because it requires an external receiver, I would love to buy it from you. By the time it's whoop season again, there's going to be a newer, hotter whoop, I'll bet. But I need it for some cinema shit that I'm building for the Insta360 Go and for the Insta360 Go 2. So, yeah. Hit me up if you have one of these. I would love to buy. I just need one more. This is super helpful. Thanks again, Frank, for selling this to me. Very, very, very helpful. This is going to allow me to get started on... This will basically kick Whoop Wednesday off again. I haven't been doing Whoop Wednesdays because I haven't been able to get these damn boards. So this will allow me to kick Whoop Wednesdays back off again, and we can test the Beta FPV 1102s versus the Happy Model 1102s versus 0803s. And then we're also going to do some testing. There's a whole bunch of testing. It's been so long, I actually don't even remember what the hell we're testing anymore. But very, very helpful. Frank also sent over some awesome little LED strips and a little charger. And then, like I showed you, a whole bunch of these Strix, really nice little tiny whoop cases with some foam. These are going to be put into the giveaways. So huge shout out to Frank Nicholas for sending over some awesome stuff for the up and coming giveaways. And yeah, big thanks for letting me buy this off you, brother. This is gonna help big time. This can go. Oh, right on the edge. Almost fell off, but not quite. All right, cool. So there was your daily mail, MALE bag. LEDs are battery meters for 1S. Oh, cool. Okay, I thought they were just ARM LEDs. Oh, yeah, I've seen these before. Nice. So you plug your... Oh, yeah, look at that. It's silk screened on there. 4.3, 4.2, 4.1, 4.0, 3.9, 3.8, 3.7. Ah, very cool. Very cool. More cool giveaway stuff. Big shout out to... Nice, Tiago. What's up, Tiago? How are you, brother? Hope all is well. How are the yogurt drinks coming? For the record, guys, Tiago is who introduced me to Healthy Gamer GG. If you haven't heard me talk about Healthy Gamer GG yet, you should look him up on YouTube. Tiago, do me a favor, drop a link to Dr. K's channel. Dr. K is a psychologist who specializes in gaming addiction. Helping a lot. Nice. He works at Harvard, and he created this channel on Twitch called Healthy Gamer GG, helping Twitch streamers and gamers just figure out what the hell's going on in their broke-ass brains. And even if you're not a gamer, you're into FPV, and FPV is kind of nuts. And there is a lot of parallels to gamers. So... if you want to live a better life, like straight up, check it out. Watch some of his stuff. He does like 1.5 to 2 hour long live streams with live streamers, and just talks to them about what they got going on, what they are trying to improve on, and throughout the course of that 1.5 or 2 hours, you're gonna pick up on a bunch of stuff that person that he's working with has going on, that you've also got going on. And just watching him kind of get to the root of it and just talk about what's going on from like an actual doctor's point of view is A, fascinating, and B, super, super, super helpful. He also spent 7 years at an ashram in India training to be a monk. And so he does this really interesting mix of Eastern and Western medicine. So he gives you like the Western philosophy that our science brains really crave, right? But then he also ties it into like what the people who don't have the science that we've got here, he ties it into the way that they've been able to fix this shit for millennia, using like meditation, yoga, nutrition, stuff like that. And it's a much more holistic approach to mental health and just living a better life. Speaking of, if you want to even keep going beyond that, Dr. Nicole LaPera, whose Instagram channel is The Holistic Psychologist, she just came out with this book, How to Do the Work, and it is absolutely phenomenal. If you do read, or you want to start reading again, this is the one, man. How to Do the Work. It's she has a similar approach to Dr. K, where it's a more holistic approach. It's not just here, take this pill. It's maybe take this pill, but also do these other things and be introspective, and a lot of, because I know just taking a pill is easy, but there are a lot of side effects. I tried the medication route to deal with my depression and anxiety for a little over 3 years, and the side effects are pretty nasty. So yeah, do it. You'll live a better life. And what else is there, really? Let me get caught back up on chat, and then we're gonna hit the prototype 5 and see if we can get it knocked out tonight. I doubt it, but we'll see. Frank says, I started with T-Motor because it's what DJI was selling and recommending for the FPV goggles air unit transmitter. That's funny, I never even thought of that. But yeah, T-Motor has had DJI stuff built in for a while now. Fairly Functional says, what's up? He also says, where's the carbon brace? We talked about that. He also says, my bad, dude. You're not bad. You're good. No, my bad. You good. LEDs are for the battery meter. Awesome. Thanks again, Frank. See how it goes is helping a lot. License to Drive says you got to plug a 1S battery into that LED meter. The LEDs are different colors. Well, now I'm intrigued. I don't have a charged one, though. I don't have a charged one, so only a couple of the LEDs are going to light up. But let's take a look anyway. Where the hell? Or wait, maybe I do. Oh god, I hope these aren't charged. Oh god, these are charged, aren't they? These batteries are broken. Oh, that's cool. It lights them up in like a little sequence. Ready? Bloop. See how that's pretty slick. All right, good. I'm glad that these batteries aren't charged because they would be ruined. You good? Oh, I just disappeared.
I know. I got distracted. Something shiny.
Maybe this battery's charged. I hope this battery's not charged. Hold on. Please don't be charged. Oh, no, it's charged. I ruined it. Oh, god damn it. Look how cool this looks, though. Damn, and this is a Talon 1S battery that I've left charged for weeks and weeks and weeks. I didn't think it would take this long to get the another one of these Acro B boards. All right, ready? Very cool. Very, very cool. Damn, those batteries are going to be jacked up from sitting there at full charge forever. Well, I guess they're the cheapest of the batteries. YouTube did the thing, trying to find my place. There we go. Drone Pilot is in the house, and Obese Quad says, just got that book in audio version, looking forward to it. Nice, Obese. Yeah, you're gonna dig it. I'm like a chapter and a half in. It's gnarly. Also, if you guys want a little excerpt, hey, let me show you guys something. I haven't actually shown you this in a while. CiottiFPV.com. Go see. Oh wait, no. We got left monitor, right monitor. There we go. Over here, if you scroll down the bottom, there's a link to FPV therapy. If you go to FPV therapy, I at the end of chapter 1 of how to do the work, there's a really good little section about seeing if how to do the work, seeing if you're stuck, and I transposed it here into Google Docs. So if you want an example of what's going on in that book, or just a really cool test to see if you feel like you're stuck in life and to know if that book will help you out, here you go. I typed it all up here, and then this is talking about future self-journaling, which is one of the ways that can get you through the stuckness. I mean, the whole book is devoted to getting you through the stuckness, but this is one of the first things that she recommends. So yeah, check that out. This is one of the things that I do here in FPV therapy is when either my talk therapist or just when I'm researching this stuff to try to get my fucking brain under control, when I find something that I feel is really helpful, I'll just kind of transpose it, and I have like a couple Google Docs. I do it for a couple reasons. I do it so that because I find that like when I handwrite something or when I type something out, it helps me to memorize it, right? Like back in school. So yeah, I admittedly, the main reason I do this shit is for myself, but it's really nice to then be able to drop this into FPV therapy so that hopefully other people can kind of benefit from it. So this is the other big one that I did here surrounding ego work. This is four pages that my talk therapist gave me that really resonated with me, and it's very, very difficult. Ego work is a total shift in like just shifting from like the autopilot that you live 90% of your life on to actually being awake, and like blasting through the negative parts of yourself and just being a more authentic human and being the person that you actually want to be. Basically like the best part of yourself, the best version of yourself. So yeah, ego work is really tough, but if you're willing to do it, this is going to help you through it. This has been absolutely unbelievable for me. It's incredibly difficult, but there's a whole, there's a 4-step process, 5-step process, I think. And you just got to do the work and you can get through it. And, or a 6-step process. I guess I'm only 4 steps into it. But yeah, there you go. There's some stuff for you guys. It's got to be yellow, really, FPV. The black boards are the... Oh, I forget what they're called, but they don't have the MPU 6000 gyro. Hummingbee, the black newbie drone boards are the Hummingbee boards. I need the yellow boards. But I appreciate you looking, brother. Cool, caught up on chat. Prototype 5 time. Oh my god. Hold on. There we go. There we go. I might as well not quit out of this Logitech software because within 3 seconds I'm sure I'll need to manually focus the piece of crap. And here we go. Prototype 5 builds coming at you. Ugh. Okay. All right. Let me. Let me get this camera a little bit more focused on the desk. I try not to give you guys. I try to keep this camera not pointed at my crotch because I don't necessarily think you guys love watching me scratch my balls 20 times a stream, but you know, if you do, just let me know. No, don't. If you do, don't let me know because that's weird. So here's where we left off. I need to get the motor wires figured out. That's what I'm going to do first, I think. I think I'm going to dive right into these motor wires and get them figured out first, and then we'll move on. I realized after I chopped some of these down that one of these is super mangled. As much as I want to just ignore it, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna do the right thing and fix it properly. So let's dive into that. This is, well, actually, no. Let me use these little guys. Put those little fellas in there. This is my little kit for raising up the rear of my GoPro mounts to adjust the amount of up tilt. Which, if you go back 2 streams, if you're curious about what I'm talking about with that, if you go 2 streams back, there's some, I explain that in depth and show you guys what's going on there. So I think I'm going to use these T-Motor F40 Pro 4. This is their 2306. This is their premium 2306. Very lightweight, 30 grams of motor. I think I'm going to use these 1950s on this build rather than the 2400s that I have here. Although, if I use these 2400s, I can skip the race wires on the front of this, which would be kind of nice. All right, scratch that. I am going to use the 2400s. So, also, Chris Paget says, do you have any insight on when FPV cycle 5-inch dead cat items will be back in stock? Not specifically, Chris, but I do know that Kebab is waiting for a big shipment of stuff, so hopefully soon. BeepTube says, I've been liking the Maytech F722 mini flight controller. Uses MPU 6000. Pretty cool feature where you can turn the VTX on and off with a switch. Nice, BeepTube. That's the Talon F7 has that ability too, like real pit mode or some shit they call it. I'll have to check out the Maytech. I used to run Maytech flight controllers and everything, so Maytech already sort of gets a thumbs up from me. Matthew Vega is in the house. What's up, brother? I have a B-Brain BLV1 if you want it. Sent you pictures on Facebook Messenger. Oh my God, Matthew Vega. You are my fucking hero, dude. That is exactly what I need, man. Very, very cool. You said you sent me a picture on Facebook Messenger. After the stream tonight or maybe tomorrow, I will get back to you, and I would absolutely love to buy that from you, man. Dude, very cool. Mark A says FPV Cycle is back in stock. There you guys go. Use my affiliate link if you don't mind. CiottiFPV.com, and then there's a link to FPV Cycle. Frank Nicholas also likes the Maytech. Have them in quads and on a fixed wing. I love the idea of checking out a Maytech. Hey, let's talk about these F40 Pro 4 motors. If you've been around for a while, you may remember me mentioning that I was having some issues with these bells coming into contact with the windings, and I think I've kind of, sort of, maybe gotten to the bottom of it a little bit, possibly, maybe not, but maybe. Let me show you what I think is going on. So, and immediately I need to manually focus this Logitech. So this is what the bell looks like, totally naked. All right, and I want you to look at the base of the motor shaft there. All right? See how there's those two little... So there's the silver motor shaft, and then there's the darker gray CNC. So you see that little connection, the little straight bits? That's to keep the motor shaft from spinning. All right? So the way that these things come from the factory is not like that. The way that they come from the factory, they have this green Teflon O-ring, which I'm adding right now. And I'm going to show you guys. All right? So they come with that green O-ring there, and then they also come with a little washer. So this, what I'm about to show you, is how they come from the factory. So there's the green Teflon O-ring, and then there's that little washer. And then what happens is, come on, that little assembly then sits against the top of the stator. So that washer sits against the inner race, the very inner part of this bearing. Let me point that out to you guys. So this in here is the inner race of the bearing, just the inside here. So that washer pushes against the inner race here that I'm rotating, and then so you've got the washer, and then you've got the O-ring, and then you've got the bell. And so in hard crashes, what happens is, what they're trying to do with the rubber O-ring, and it's not just T-Motor, everybody's doing this little same setup now. So what happens is, if this is the bell, on a hard crash, the bell can move up and down a little bit, and that reduces a lot of the shock load on this top bearing. And that's a really good thing. But what's been happening on mine that I've been really pounding on is that let me see if I can find one that's showing the marks. I know it's out of focus. Just hold on a second. Yeah, that one's kind of showing. Oh, that one's definitely showing. All right. So I want you to look at the copper. Oh, there you can see it on the right side of the screen. You see those silver see how it's the windings should be all copper. They should be all that dark brown. But you see those scrapes there on the right side of the screen? So what's happening is the bell is coming down too far. The bell is coming down too far, and it's hitting the tops of the windings. This particular motor, I haven't crashed enough to have this happen yet, but after a whole bunch of really hard hits on concrete, the bell is hitting these windings. And I've only had this happen once. A bunch of these are showing those marks, but on one occasion, it's hit hard enough to break the windings. All right. These ones that are showing the marks of wear are totally fine. I have 7 of these stators that are showing those wear marks, and they're all totally fine. They're all flying completely okay, which is kind of crazy. But but on one of them it broke. So what I'm doing to get around that, and I don't know if this is the solution yet. I haven't crashed this hard enough to find. But what I'm doing is T-Motor gives you an extra one of these little washers with every motor. So I'm adding a washer. And here's how I'm adding it. So if you have these motors, I definitely recommend that you do what I'm doing here. So this is the setup when you get it. A washer on top, and then the O-ring, and then nothing. And what I've realized, what I think is happening, is that the O-ring is getting all mangled on this down here, on these straight bits. And when the O-ring starts to get all mangled, it becomes like thinner and it starts to squish out. So here's what I think could be a solution, is that you take that extra washer that you get with each one of the motors and you add it on the bottom. So you pull your motor apart, you put the washer on first, you put the extra washer on first, and then you put the rubber bastard, or the Teflon O-ring bastard, and then you put the other washer. Whoo! I'm very lucky I didn't just lose that. And then you put the other washer. So not only are we protecting the not only are we now protecting the Teflon washer from the little straight bits here, right? But we're adding a little bit of thickness, right? These washers are pretty thin, but we're still adding a little bit of thickness, and hopefully that'll be enough to keep the bell from coming down in the stator. All of that being said, you guys might never run into that issue because there aren't many people that crash on concrete as often or as hard as me. So this might not be an issue for anybody other than me. But I still think that you should do it. Because why would you find out? And then when you screw this on, you can actually see the effect. Hold on. This is going to be really hard, but I'm going to try to show you guys this. Watch the gap. Watch the bell get pulled down to the stator as I crank this screw tight. Ready? Try to hold this still. Right at the yeah, you're not going to be able to see it, but well, if I show you the, all right, look at the green of the stator and watch it disappear as I crank this thing all the way down. I'm moving it around too much. I guess you could maybe see it there. Nah, it was just my hand moving around. But yeah, so it's adding a little bit more thickness there. There's still a little bit of squish the way that you want it. Yeah. These are the only other option at the moment that I can find for a lightweight 2306, other than the Steel Stout V3s, which all I ever hear about is how incredibly fragile they are. These motors are not fragile, but I've found something about them that eventually explodes. And I'd like to try to, not have that happen, because otherwise I have to go to a motor that's like 2.5 to 3 grams heavier, and I'm not really trying to do that. that extra weight has a real negative effect, in my opinion, on flight characteristics. So there you go. That's how I'm going to try to make these F40 Pro 4s work, because other than this one issue, I absolutely love them. And even with this one issue, they've been super durable. So even if this little method that I've figured out here doesn't work, I'll probably still run them because they've been really, really good. But hey, there you guys go. Chat blew up, so let me try to get caught up a little bit. Chomper says somebody was building a prototype 5. I don't know, they're still in the chat or not. Oh, somebody else. I thought you were talking about me, Chomper. BeepTube says, oh wait, no, we got that. Scott McRoscoe Gillen says, thanks for the help so far. Can't believe T-Motor discounted the FT5. I'm buying the Glide, or discontinued the FT5. I'm buying Glide right now. Yeah, I can. The rate at which things get discontinued in FPV is staggering and very, very frustrating. Drone Pilot says, an animal's gone on that. Short circuits, yeah, no problems yet. He says, you can buy enamel and paint it on and bake it again. Oof. I go through enough of the stators where I have plenty of extra stators, but that's super interesting. Used to repair motors way back when you re-enamel the windings for scratched enamel, but you need to bake them in an oven for a while. That sounds like way too much work. Eric Shannon says, where do you get your intro music? The intro song is from a guy that I met on Instagram when T-Pain reposted one of my drift videos. But the majority of the copyright-free music that you hear on this channel is from Epidemic Sounds. No link down below. Thanks for the reminder. I have an affiliate link for Epidemic Sounds. And if you want copyright-free music, they're the spot. Like across the whole industry kind of knows that Epidemic Sounds is the spot for copyright for good copyright-free music. And I'm gonna put that affiliate link down in this video description right now. Thank you for the reminder. There it is. There's my referral. Epidemic Sounds is $15 a month, which is very reasonable. Oh, it's already down there. Look at me go. Yeah, Epidemic Sound link is already down below in the description. CMYK is looking to switch away from FR Sky Crossfire the way they go. I think so, man. I hear way too many Tracer fail-safed on me, Ghost fail-safed on me. Crossfire doesn't fail safe, and that's the most important thing for me. Scott says, it's good, just bought 2 glide frames, done deal. Awesome, Scott. Very cool. And FPV Trucker says, just ordered another glide. This one's getting digital. Nice. Actually, hold on a second, guys. Now that shit's back in stock, you better all be using my affiliate link, by the way. If you forgot, it's fine. I always forget. I need to shoot a quick message to Bob now that stuff is back in stock, because I am waiting on glide base plates. Word on the street is you got stuff back in stock. Glide base plates in there. Press nuts. Kitchen sinks. All right. 661 says, I was looking at the 1304.5 motors for my Ripsqueak, and they only got 1 gram more thrust than the 1204.5, so I got the 1404.5 all hyperlight motors. Really good choice. Ripsqueak is, Ripsqueak frame is too heavy for 1304s and 1204s. 1404 is the absolute smallest motor size that I would recommend for Ripsqueak. My favorite Ripsqueak combo is the one on the 1504.5s, but those 1404.5 should be pretty good. I would actually do those with the 2.5-inch arms to bring the weight down a little bit. And just because 1404s are a little bit happier on a 2.5-inch prop, I think that's the motor that's on my CB 2.5 right now, isn't it? Didn't we put those? Oh no, I have 1303.5s on it for now. I also have those 1404.5s. Those are going to go on this rig at some point. We got a little more, a little more motor testing to do on these 2.5s. Hey, oh. Cinesky RC says, check out 9 Mile flight with the DJI FPV drone. Jesus, 9 miles is a lot. Haveboard says, my Crossfire shows up Friday. Very cool. Toxic FPV says, I run Tracer almost always, but have my first long range on the way. Tango 2 is also on the way. I love Tracer, but I'm not sure I trust it. Yeah, I keep hearing that, and I've become very spoiled by Crossfire. Just never having to think about fail-safes is a really big deal for me, because I fly a lot of unrecoverable spots, and I just really can't afford to lose $600 worth of rig and HD camera. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna stick on 900 megahertz for the foreseeable future. And then Dauntless says, I think some people use 1106s on 3-inch wrist week. Seems a little small. Yeah, 1106s on a anything other than a 3-inch bi-blade, the performance is going to suffer for sure. Back to Prototype 5 land. So, soldering iron is up to temperature. What is this doing here? Oh, it came off there. Okay. Let's get a couple of these motors pooped onto the front of this guy. This motor wire has a little chunk taken out of the silicone. As does this one. Okay. So I'm going to cover this one up with liquid electric tape, but for now, I'm just going to solder it on up here. So let's get this wire length figured out real quick here. And this is pretty much going to be a straight shot, but I always like to add a little bit extra. Wow, I haven't soldered motor wires directly to pads like this without putting them at an angle in a long time. I wonder if I should put this ESC in the back. No, I'm not going to do that. That's stupid. Okay. Wow, this feels very weird to be doing it this way. But I shall persevere. Okay. So let's do a little trimming here. Put a little notch there. Put a little notch there. And just basically cut this off. Okay. Where are those little notches that I left in these wires? Alright, there's one. And where's the other? There it is. Okay, so let's get this going here. It's always best to use your fingernails to strip wires. Your fingernails will never, ever, ever nick any of the internal strands of wire on these motor wires. It's not the biggest deal, but every little thing helps. So you just kind of dig your fingernails in and then pull it off like that. That is always going to be the safest and best way to do it. Anytime you use anything metal to strip wires, you run the chance of nicking a couple of the strands on the inside of there, and that's not a great thing. On a big thick wire like this, it's not that big a deal because there are a lot of strands in there. So if you nick a couple of the strands, it's not a big deal. It becomes a big deal on smaller gauge of wire, like 30 gauge wire. There's sometimes only like 8 strands in there. So if you nick one of those 8 strands of wire, that's a big deal, right? You've just decreased the wire's throughput by more than 10%. And that ain't good. So here we go. This fellow, let's get these guys tinned, and then we'll just poop them on there. And all will be right with the world. Motor 4 will be ready to go. Don't be a dick, soldering iron. You look so shiny. How can you still be oxidized, you jerk? Might need to use the tip conditioner. Yeah, I need to get a new tip for this soldering iron. I have left this on overnight one too many times. Oh wait, no, it came down to temperature. I was gonna say, that's a bit much. The this Weller 1010 has a timer on it. It runs at full power for a while, and then when the timer trips, it comes down to 300 degrees to try to save the tip of the soldering iron, which is a really handy feature. I wish that they had a little... The one thing I really like about the TS100 is they have that same feature, but they have it hooked up to a gyro, which really makes a lot of sense. This has it hooked up to the thermocouple, so when it sees the temperature drop, that's what resets the timer, which works really well if you use a wet sponge to clean the tip of your soldering iron, but I do not. I use the brass steel wool. So yeah, it never triggers that timer. It only typically happens like once or twice per soldering session though, so it's really no big deal. Alright, let's get this the hell out of the way. And get this guy plopped on here. Alright, so that looks like hell because I was being lazy and didn't flux it up. So now I'm just going to come back in there and fix that a little bit. And I'm also going to use the tweezers to properly hold the wire so I can get it nice and flat on the pad. Holding the soldering iron as flat to the surface as possible to get the maximum contact patch to try to transfer as much heat as quickly as possible. And now that's much better. Go for number 2 here. And you want to use the soldering iron only to transfer heat. You don't want to use the soldering iron to hold the wire. You want to use your tweezers to hold the wire, and the soldering iron just applies heat. You can use the soldering iron to push down a little bit and flatten the wire strands out to get as good of a contact patch as possible, but you should never be using the tip of the soldering iron to hold the wire, because as soon as you remove the tip of the soldering iron that was being used to hold the wire is going to move, and that is not what you want. That is kind of worst case scenario. Tip of the soldering iron is only to transfer heat. Your left hand and hopefully your tweezers are what should be controlling the wire. What I like to do with these is push them down as flat as possible so that when this thing goes smashing through scraggle, there's as little for them to snag on as possible. And there we go. That is a motor wired directly to an ESC, something that I have not done in a long time. I usually run race wires, LED race wires at that. But I don't feel like doing it right now. Throw a couple screws in here and we'll move on to the next. Yeah, there we go. Toxic FPV says, to be fair, I've never fail-safed on Tracer
but I still don't trust it at range. Crossfire is tried and true and proven to be the shit. Had to go that route for the type of build. And then 661 says the 1404.5s have 402 grams of thrust, 1304s have 269, 1204s have 267 on 3S. 1404.5s are going to rip. So my main concern, 661, and the main reason why I recommend 2.5 is less about total thrust. Like I used to look at thrust numbers a lot, and it is helpful when you're trying to learn, you're trying to wrap your head around all this shit. It's a great thing to look at, but I actually don't really look at those specs too much anymore because I'm more concerned about PID loop performance and response time than raw thrust output. And the 14 millimeter 14 millimeter wide stator is in my experience and in my opinion just barely enough to control the weight of a 2.5 inch propeller to give you really good performance. All of that being said, I try to get my micros to perform as good as 5-inch rigs, and nobody else does. So, like, to be totally, I mean, I have pretty much unrealistic you could totally say and make the case for me having unrealistic expectations from a micro. My response to that would be that I have built micros and currently have micro builds that perform every bit as good as a 5-inch rig, and it's really fun to fly those because they perform really well, and when a rig performs really, really well, it's a joy to fly. So yeah, there's a couple things kind of going on there. I catch a good amount of shit from people that kind of refuse to understand that. Not saying you, just other people that are just like, you're full of shit. They, 1104s are perfect for a 3-inch prop, and I'm like, okay, if you don't like good flight performance, then I agree with you 100%. But yeah, so that's kind of where I'm coming from in that respect. So take that with a grain of salt. If you don't need your micros to fly as good as a 5-inch rig, then yeah, you can. I never want you guys to kind of like chase your tail, but at the same time, I think you should. I think you should build your micros to try to fly like a 5-inch rig because, I don't know, why wouldn't you? Right? Like, why wouldn't you want your rig to fly really, really, really well? So yeah, that's where my recommendation of 2.5-inch props comes from on that. People don't seem to like understand that. People just say, like, I get into these arguments with people and they're like, no, I have the so-and-so build and it flies great. And they just don't seem to understand that, like, their version of flying great, in my opinion, it flies like shit. Like when they every once in a while eventually send me flight footage, it's horrible. It wobbles all over the place. The PID loop performance is a disaster. And when I point that out to them, they then go to this place of, oh, well, then it flies okay for me. And I'm like, okay, so... And, like, I don't know, maybe I'm the asshole, right? Like, I don't really know who's right in that scenario. But I feel good recommending setups that fly astronomically well, rather than setups that, worst case scenario for me is somebody says, hey man, I did one of your builds and it flies too good. I didn't want it to fly this good. You made me buy specific parts. Damn you. Right? Like, that's a much better scenario to me than, hey man, I followed your build. I built this rig with 1106s on 3-inch, and compared to my 5-inch, it flies like absolute dog shit. And then what do I say? Right? All I can say is, oh, well, yeah, that's just how micros fly. Sucks to be you. yeah, that's not an answer, and like that's not an option for me. So yeah, just keep that sort of in mind, because uh, lately I've had people tell me, like, basically, you're an idiot for wanting micros to fly really good like that, and I'm like, wow, okay. um, so you're literally like encouraging people to fly, to build a rig that flies like ass? That's interesting. Um, but hey, everybody always needs to be right, so myself included. I'm not immune to that. Um, but yeah, just kind of keep that in mind. For some people, a rig flying good doesn't mean anything, and they don't need that. And that's great. I'm very jealous of those people. Those people are probably much happier in life than I am. You know, if yeah, but for me, I like things to work well, and work, um, and yeah, I like to get like maximum potential out of stuff. But it's important for me to realize that yeah, some people don't give a shit about that, and they don't benefit from me trying to help them have something that works better. Which, like, I think that's crazy, but that doesn't really matter. Like, like what I think doesn't matter. People are allowed to yeah, whatever makes you happy, I guess. If having something that just flies is enough, that's super awesome, and I'm very jealous of those people. Unfortunately for me, that's not enough, and I'm probably a lot less happy of a human being because of that. So those people are I have a lot to learn from those people. Wait, no, Flux. I feels like in a lot of parts of my life, I would really benefit from lowering my expectations, and just being okay with sort of mediocre, and just focusing on being happier, because that's really all that matters, right? Like it doesn't matter how good something is, it just matters whether or not you're happy in life. For me, those two things are tied together, unfortunately. But yeah, there's a little bit of something to learn from everybody, man. Everybody's on their own unique path, and that's okay. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. No right answers. Or no wrong answers, rather. I guess. Come on. There we go. Alright. Next, we got this little fella here. I'm not happy with how this is rotated. That's better. That's better. I have a feeling a lot of you guys are more like me, though, and if you've found your way to this channel and continue to watch, I have a feeling that you guys are like me in that you want stuff to perform really well. And yeah, it's nice that we have the components available to us nowadays, very recently in the micro world. It's nice that we have the components that can actually do that. I wish there were more components that performed really well like that available to us, but there are components, and there are more than there ever have been before, and that's a really big deal. And yeah, I always want to like respect that and give thanks to the manufacturers that are that are actually listening and making motors that run smooth and making flight controllers that have pad layouts that make some semblance of sense, and allow us to do builds that are compact and yeah, clean and stuff like that. All right. Screw this guy on here. And then we'll figure out what the hell to do with these rear motors, because they're going to need race wires, which is fine. But I have a funny feeling that the motor wires that are on them for the rear motors are going to have to come off, because I think they're a little too short. But we're about to figure that out. So there we go. Front motors are all set. I've got as much extra motor wire on here as I possibly can, so that when I break an arm, hopefully it doesn't rip the motor wires out. And yeah, so let's figure out what's going on. Actually, let me get caught up on chat first. KVFPV says, what XT60 is that? This is the Pyrodrone Clear XT60, and it also has the Pyrodrone LED thing, LED PCB pad thing. I don't really recommend the LED PCB pad thing. It kind of gets in the way. But these Clear XT60s are pretty cool, and they're sold by Pyrodrone. License to Drive says, Crossfire has only once fail-safed on me the first day I went out to fly it. 15-second clip. Yeah, it's only fail-safed on me once too, and it was when I was a mile away orbiting a cell phone tower. So I can't blame that on Crossfire. 661 says, I flew a Diatone GTR 349 with 1408 almost 2 years, and it was absolutely insanely fast. I want to get back to that kind of speed. None of my builds, 661, are going to do anything close to that. I build for freestyle, not for racing and not for top speed. So most of the advice that I give on motor selection, you can totally ignore it if that's what you're looking for, because that's just not, that's just not how I fly. That's just not how I build. But I mean, a build like that is fairly simple. Like, you just put 1408s, the biggest battery you possibly can, and it'll go 100 plus miles an hour. You'll be staring at the ground, unless you can find a frame where you can run like 60, 70 degrees up tilt. But yeah, for the record, 661, 90% of the advice that I give is completely opposite of a build like that. I build rigs for freestyle, and when it comes to micros, the one thing that they do really, really well is fly slowly. So that's really what all of my advice and all my builds and all my part selection is specifically geared towards. In my opinion, if you want to go 100 miles an hour, you should do it with a 5-inch rig. It's just to build a 3-inch rig to go 100 miles an hour is kind of like trying to turn a Miata into a drag race car or an off-road car. Like, yes, you can do it, but it's not the right tool for the job. And so in the process of kind of forcing that thing that doesn't want to do that thing, there's a ton of compromises. Some people are totally okay with those compromises. Personally, I'm not. I prefer to use the right tool for the right job. Sort of just something that my dad kind of instilled in me from birth. Haveboard says, the better I got at skateboarding, the more I appreciated a really good fresh setup. Yeah, that has a lot to do with it, Haveboard. You know, I've been flying for over 4 years, and as I've flown more and more and more, my standards have gone up. So yeah, my idea of what flies like good is very, very different from somebody who's been flying for 6 months, right? And it's very difficult for me to explain to those people yeah, it's difficult for me to kind of impart that to those people. But at the same time, I wish somebody had told me that back then, because I would have loved to have had that knowledge dropped on me when I was 6 months in, blowing up ESC after ESC after ESC. It would have saved me a ton of time. It would have saved me a ton of money. And now I would be a much better pilot, right? Because the better the rig that you're flying early on, yeah, it's very difficult, right? Like in a hobby, you have this like growth period, and during that growth period, Dunning-Kruger is in full effect, and your brain is like, no, 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 no. I'm gonna find the correct setup of parts for me. I don't trust those pro pilots. I don't trust those other people. I know everything, and yeah, I'm as guilty as that, as guilty of that as anybody. So, license to drive says fail-safing a mile away is a hell of a lot better than 40 feet away. It's a true license. B-Man says, I want to see a 3-inch go 100 miles an hour. If you hit a fly with that thing, it'll vaporize. All you need to do is 1408s. 1408s will go 100 miles an hour. They will destroy every single battery that you hook up to them. But yeah, any 3-inch rig on 1408s will do that. They're pretty much unflyable in a freestyle sense. But if you have a big ass space and you just want to go in straight lines back and forth, yeah, they'll do it. 8 millimeters tall of stator height will produce an incredible amount of power. It'll pull an unbelievable amount of energy out of your battery, and that's why they kill all the batteries. And they're all they're also all very, very, very notchy. So the PID loop performance is pretty awful. There'll be tons of jello in the video feed. I've tried three different sets of 1408s in my time prototyping the Acrobrat with Tommy. They were all a complete nightmare. I've done 1407s, 1306s, 1306, 1407, 3 sets of 1408s, 1606, 1507 maybe? Yeah, ton of different motors. Ooh, Bob got back to me. Yes. All right, cool. Let me make sure that there's nothing else that there was a bunch of stuff that I was asking Bob for. Yeah, Bob's got some really interesting glide arms coming. They're going to be very expensive, but they're going to be very, very good. And that's kind of all I can say about it. Those of you that follow him will know exactly what they're going to be. Too late. Okay, bye Blade. This is where I was helping him with those pain in the ass rigs. 2204 is okay. Here we go. Taller ones. Okay, the press nuts. Okay, cool. Yeah, alright, now we're good. Questy Williams is in the house. He says, what camera's in that build you're working on? This is a Runcam Micro Eagle. This is my previous favorite camera, which I've moved away from now that I've gone down to 15 millimeter standoffs on all the other glides. Well, on all the glides, period. I gotta piss, guys. But I'm excited to fly this camera again because I have more flight time on this camera than all other cameras, so this is kind of like this camera is sort of like my control. And I'm very comfortable on it, so it'll be good to compare this to the nano cameras to make sure that I'm not... I want to make sure that, like, the nano cameras aren't much worse from like an image quality standpoint. Here's the oh no, I already showed you guys that. Let me grab an old edit. Here's my drift edit. Here we go. With no music. Oh wait, no, here's a fun one. Hanging with Up Garage. Little Cinewhoop for you guys. Little Cinewhooping for you guys. Be right back.
Go through the car! Right there. Go through the car!
I'll never forget the wind that day. That was the first time I'd flown the Cinewhoop in any kind of wind, and that is the one problem with those big tall ducts, is that, man, if there's any wind, it is just like you gotta really lean into the wind. And so like going at that car was behind a trailer, and so I think what was going on is the wind was hitting that trailer, and then it was swirling off the side of the trailer because the wind was changing. And then when I would get inside the car, there would be no wind. So I had to basically like line it up, and I had to get this momentum pushing against the wind, and then I had to get the rig pointed so that it would go straight, because as soon as it got inside of the car, there would be no wind pushing it. So it would have to be straight so that when it went into the car where there was no wind, it had to be pointed dead ahead, and then coming out of it was fine. But getting the damn thing into the car and not hitting the seats, and the seats had the big ears on it for helmet protection. Dude, it was hard. That was a really hard... I was getting really frustrated from the wind on that. Hey, Mike Duran, number 24, is in the chat. He says, recommended props and motors for a Squirt V2. I mean, Ultron. Gotta be the GemFan D76s. I actually recently did a bunch of Cinewhoop prop testing here on the live streams. We tested all of the... for anybody that doesn't know, Mike Duran is Ultron over on Instagram, and he works with GemFan. So yeah, here on the channel last week, I guess it was, I did a bunch of prop testing. GemFan D76s versus the HQ 5 blades versus the HQ 6 blades versus the HQ 8 blades. And the GemFans were the same like the only real point to the HQ 8 blades is that they're going to be quieter, and they were no quieter. And then the HQ 6 and 5 blades didn't have the thrust of the GemFan T76s. So yeah, GemFan T76s demolished the HQ
Cinewoop props, which was, I had a feeling that was going to be the case, but it was really good to kind of confirm that. In terms of motors, for a squirt, you're going to want so that's a pretty heavy Cinewoop frame, so you're going to want the FPV Cycle 2204 3950 kV if you're running on 4S. Even if you're running on 6S, I would still get that 3950 kV, and then you could just motor limit it down. But yeah, the Squirt is a fairly heavy Cinewoop frame, so I would definitely go with the FPV Cycle 2204s. If you wanted to keep the weight down a little bit, you could probably get away with the Brother Hobby 2004s, whatever the highest kV is. I want to say it's like 3500-ish. But yeah, those FPV Cycle 2204s I think are going to be a better bet. Thanks for coming by, brother. Good to see you. When's the next Flight Edit coming out, man? That first one was dope. All right, caught up again.
Back to Prototype 5 life. So now let's figure out what's going on with these rear motors. So I'm hoping, let's see, I'm hoping that these motor wires maybe are just barely long enough to reach this race wire. Maybe they are. Maybe it's going to be okay. I'm going to solder one of them up, and then we're just going to see where it lands. We're just going to see where the race wire lands. That's kind of the safest way to do it. Safe is a weird word to use there. So I'm going to strip off as little as possible here, just to give myself that like extra millimeter or two. And all right. Okay. Perfect. All right, so let me get these tinned up first. I'm gonna kind of sitting up in the air. Nice. I think I can get them tinned without the my little wood block. Quessy says, do you use 3D printed mounts for your VTX antenna, or do you just zip tie them? It kind of depends, Quessy. I like, there are a couple 3D printed mounts that I have from like old micros that work pretty well, but sometimes I'll just use zip ties. Yeah, I've yet to find a really good 3D printed mount on Thingiverse that I really like. But luckily, yeah, if you hang out here, I'm going to have to figure out what I'm doing with the VTX antenna in this build at some point here. And these rear standoffs are not as wide as the Glide, so there's a chance that I have something in my little bin of TPU stuff, but there's also a chance I'll have to use zip ties. Nothing wrong with using zip ties. Just always pay attention to when they break, and don't just do the same thing over and over again. Try to improve on it each time you break an antenna mount, because antenna mounts breaking is like a big deal. Like you really want to pay attention to that. That's something that is a pain in the ass and just a total waste of time to fix out in the field. So yeah, give it more thought. Like it seems like kind of a silly thing, but it really isn't. Like you really do want to pay attention to it, and get a really good antenna mount set up going. Which can definitely be done. Oh boy, that's a big fat fail. Come on. Which can definitely be done with zip ties, for sure. All right, let's try this again here. Much better. This guy's moving all around. Nah, I don't like the way that that's sitting. Let me get a little piece of VHB on this. just because it's moving all around, kind of being a pain in the ass. Usually these are already VHB'd down to the arms, but this one ain't yet. All right. Important little lesson right here. Take the time to secure the work down to the table. Like, I know it's really tempting to like just get it done and just like kind of solder it when it's floating up in the air and kind of teeter-tottering back and forth. But the amount of time and frustration that you'll spend doing that versus putting a piece of VHB on this damn thing so that I can stick it down here properly, it usually about evens out, and the end result of doing it properly like this is always going to be way better. So resist the urge to just half-ass it, and yeah. And like, I'm going to have to put this VHB on here anyway, right, to get it stuck down to the arm properly, so I might as well do it now. And there we go. Now it's sitting much more flat against the pad, and much stronger connection, yada yada yada, all that good stuff. Something I want to be careful of, since I'm not doing this on the arm, I want to make sure that these wires aren't rotated in like a funny kind of way. I don't want these wires to be like sticking up off the arm. So I'm just kind of paying attention to that a little bit. All right. I don't really know how to better explain that. I'm realizing that statement kind of doesn't make much sense, but yeah, the wires have sort of like memory, and some they don't have memory. It's I'll show you in a second. Think about how I can explain it. Let me actually add a little bit of solder to that middle one. Looking a little sparse. That's better. All right, so since I did this here, rather than doing it on the arm, where I usually like to do it, this VHB is now ruined. I was hoping I could salvage that, but maybe. Hold on. Nah, it's all stretched out. That's okay. Yeah, I prefer to solder these when they're on the arm, because these wires, like, if I had these wires all twisted up, when I put this thing down, the wires might want to like stick up like that, and that's not good. I want these wires to like naturally kind of sit flat, so you got to pay attention to the rotation. When you solder them on, if they're rotated wrong, the wire is naturally going to want to stick up, and that's no good. That's a pretty sort of advanced kind of building thing, but I don't know. Somebody will go, oh, that's true. Somebody out there just understood it. If you didn't understand it, it's all good. Jackalope FPV with a $5 super chat. He says, I feel less alone when I tune into your streams. Jackalope, I feel less alone when I stream and hang out with you guys. Thank you, brother, for the support. Very, very cool of you. Supporting a dude that makes you feel less alone. That's pretty cool, man. You're okay in my book. That sounds weird. Alright, so it looks like I have just enough. Yeah, wow, okay. It's close, but I've got just enough to kind of tuck these wires out of the way and have like a nice clean little run that hugs the inside of the frame. I could have, I guess if I had a little bit more wire, I could have run it on the inside of this standoff here. That would have been kind of cool to really protect these wires. What would that have looked like? That would have looked like this. Yeah, that would have been pretty neat, but this should be fine. This should be fine. This is close enough into the body where I don't feel like there'll be any issues. So, okay, cool. That makes me feel better. Let me throw some VHB on this, get it stuck down, and we'll move on to the other side. Hopefully the other side has just as much. So for anybody just tuning in, this is the FPV Cycle Prototype 5 frame, which was sent over to me by FPV Exchange. FPVExchange.com is a really, really cool website where you can sell your used gear. You can also use it to price shop. Basically, when you go onto there, you can search for a product, and it'll pull every single website that sells that product, and it'll also show every single person on there that's selling that product. And it shows them all on the same page. So the people that use that website to price shop are also going to get to see all the things that you're selling, and all the things that you're selling are going to show up above all of the actual resellers, because you're going to be selling stuff for a little bit less. It organizes by cheapest up on top. So if you want to avoid the pain in the ass of Facebook Marketplace, FPV Cycle is the place to be. My favorite thing about the website, though, is that you go on there, you set your account up, and it'll automatically import everything that you've ever bought from RDQ, Pyrodrone, GetFPV, all the big shops. You basically set your account up, you go in there, and then you tell it to import, and you just type in your username and your login to each one of those websites, and then it behind the scenes it accesses those websites, your previous order history, and it automatically makes one big list of all your previous orders, which for me is really cool, because like I'll have like this red race wire and I'll be like, where the hell did I get this from? I've ordered from every single shop, and it's like impossible to figure out which shop I ordered it from. Not impossible, but just really time consuming. Whereas now I can just go to FPV Exchange, search for this item, and see in my list that I bought it. Like sometimes if I like lose something and don't, like, I'll sort of remember that I bought something but not really, I can just go in there and I can be like, okay, I never bought that. All right, I'm good. I haven't lost my mind. Or I did buy that. Who the hell did I let borrow it? Or where the hell did it go? Or, yeah. And then if you decide that you want to sell something that you've imported, you just flip a switch and it's magically for sale. You don't have to take pictures of it. You don't have to write a description. You just hit a button and you're going to be showing up alongside of all the big all the big resellers. GetFPV, RDQ, Pyrodrone, all those guys. Can't do that on Facebook Marketplace. And the site was built by a really cool guy, Nevin, who hangs out in the chat a lot, and is just an awesome human being. And I like awesome human beings, man. I try to be one myself. Nevin actually works in a hospital, so he's saving lives all day. And then he's saving us money and sending me stuff for giveaways all night. So why wouldn't you want to support him? Know what I'm saying? Look at this. I had a perfect length little piece of wire here. How nice is that? If you want to see all of the things that I'm selling on FPV Exchange, go to CiottiFPV.com, and I have a link. One of the buttons there says FPV Exchange. That'll take you to a list of all the things that I have for sale over there, which is kind of neat. I think you guys can do that for yourselves too. Is just like send people a link to your like login or whatever on FPV Exchange, and then yeah, that person can see all the different things that you have for sale, which is pretty slick. Really, really, really good way to save money, man. Much like with cars, used gear in this hobby sells for like almost half as much And a lot of times it's perfectly good. Just the person didn't vibe with it for some reason. What am I doing here? Where are those tweezers? All right. All right. Get this guy on here. All right, cool. That looks pretty good, but let me just double check it. Oh boy, what was that? Why are there screws coming out? What? Did I not screw that in at all? That's weird. All right, let me take a quick look here. Ah, yeah, we're fine. Totally fine. All right. So this is the one that got cut. Yeah, this one's garbage. Questy Williams says, what VTX are you using in that build, and what's your go-to VTX in general? Tramp HVs by Immersion RC. I've run those forever, and they've been really, really good to me. Mikael Hagers, they actually outperform up on the higher raceband channels that I run, raceband 6, 7, and 8. They outperform the TBS VTXs. And they're only $30, which is my favorite thing about them. Mikael says, got my FPV Cycle Glide on the way, probably going with the Newbie Drone Flow per your recommendation, 23.6.5, crazy motor deal. Any tips for tuning and any honorable mentions for props? Best props you're going to find, in my opinion, Mikael, are the GemFan 5143 3s. I've tried all the 5-inch propellers, and those are hands down my favorite. And most people's favorites, to be honest with you. Tips for tuning, I mean, stock tune is going to fly really good. And then I have a whole bunch of PID and filter tuning advice over on the Patreon channel. If you just search, or if you just sort by tech tips on the top of the on the top of my Patreon channel, there's the tags that I use in each post. It groups them up, so you'll see up on the top there tech tips. So yeah, there's some knowledge there, but I mean, for the most part, like, just add a little bit of P, a little bit of D gain from stock, and that locks most stuff in. RPM filtering is a big deal. Make sure you get that on, and yeah, you should be good to go. Bob Noxus is in the house, and Toxic FPV is rightfully saying that Get FPV is the shit. Yeah, I've had such a good experience with Get FPV. I was very, very happy when they let me into their affiliate program, something that RDQ did not allow since I was too small for them. And Pyrodrone said that they would let me in, but I haven't been able to get in touch with them since, and that was back in December. So, hey, if you guys do a Pyrodrone order, do me a favor. Throw in the notes, put in the notes, something about, like, CiottiFPV. Be like, hey, I would love to see CiottiFPV on your affiliate program or something like that. I don't know. Serge is a super busy guy, and I've been messaging him every week since December to try to get onto their affiliate program. And yeah, maybe if he starts seeing CiottiFPV in actual orders, it'll get him to check his Facebook Messenger messages. Because yeah, I feel like I send a lot of business his way, because I talk about items specific on Pyrodrone and what a great experience I've had ordering from Pyrodrone. It would be awesome to yeah, I mean, I push Get FPV because I've also had a great experience there, and they, you know, I make a couple bucks here and there, so and I need to be able to pay the bills. So, but yeah, I would love to kind of give more shout outs to Pyrodrone and include some Pyrodrone affiliate links in the description down below. because they have some gear that other people don't. They have some gear that other shops don't. But I don't know what else to do. Like Surge seemed really interested in having me join the affiliate program in December when he got it launched. And then Christmas came and like I get it, super busy. But I don't know. I don't know. I've reached out to people who like know him on a more personal level, and they've been like, yeah, I haven't talked to him either. So like I know he's just super busy, but yeah, man, I want to get in there. I want to show the dude some more love, but without being able to make a couple bucks off it, it's kind of like, well, you know, CiottiFPV also has this, and they've given me just as good customer service, so why would I not steer you guys there? You know? Alright. Let's get this going here. I'm very curious what color this race wire is. I'm hoping that it's purple, but there's a chance that it's pink. I was very tempted to use the red race wire that I've got, but I want to try to get purple onto stuff, and there's a chance that this is purple, so we'll see. I have a funny feeling that it's pink though, which is going to be kind of annoying, but whatever, not the end of the world. Alright, just like that, we are race wired up, and I didn't have to waste a piece of VHB for that one, so that's pretty cool. And now we can get a VHB down. Hey! Nice, Drone Pilot. That's good to hear. You guys have some really good stuff in Australia as well. Yeah, companies that give really good customer support are kind of priceless in my experience. It's kind of why I'm not heartbroken at all that that RDQ won't let us little guys into their affiliate program. Their customer service is okay, but nowhere near as good as CiottiFPV or RDQ, in my and many others' experience. But that's okay. RDQ is very, very focused on making money. Yeah. If you want a window into RDQ, Michael Rollins did an interview with Tyler, the owner of RDQ, last year, and yeah, it'll tell you everything that you need to know about them and why they sort of have that approach. Tyler is one of the reasons why Michael took a almost year break from making content. After that interview, Tyler just lost his mind and was very disrespectful and like stalkerish with Michael, and it was just too much. It was just too much, and he had to take a break. I mean, he was well deserving of a break though. He'd been kind of stirring the pot, and that shit gets hard. Look at that, man! Just enough wire. Very cool. I am happy I didn't have to redo all 6 of these wires. That's pretty awesome. Definitely gonna need to hold these race wire LEDs down with like a zip tie or a wrap strap or something like that, because they're not under tension, but like approaching being under tension. How you doing out there? Is it late? Oh my god, it's late. Jesus.
I was gonna do something. I was gonna do some stuff. But I'm good.
Sure?
Yeah, I have things to do.
Alright, cool.
I'm not going to bed yet.
We got these guys on here. Let's just zap these motors on. Oh, great. These motor wires are 4 millimeters too short. Fuck you. Maybe I have another one. Maybe I have another. Yes. Oh, please. Please don't let these wires be too short. Please don't let these wires be too short. Please don't. Oh, they are going to be. They're going to be. I can tell. They're going to be too short. Yep, they are. You. Oh, no. 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 Please, no. Please, no. Oh, shit, man. No. Don't. No. Please. Hold on. I might have an extra in here. Oh, boy. Ooh. I know where I have an extra. Please be a 2400 kV. 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 It is. Oh my god, and they're like just barely long enough. Oh, I'm so lucky. Oh my god. Okay, so then I'll take this one. I'll put this one in here. Nah, I'll switch the bells because I'm a lunatic. Oh wow. Okay. Jeez, that's a close one. Okay, so yeah, I'll use this stator base. I might as well switch the bell right now. Ooh, I do need to switch the bell because I need to add that extra washer into it. Nano long. Oh, very cool, Drone Pilot. He just printed out the crazy nano long range thing. Nice. Okay. So, put that aside. I'm going to grab this bell here. Oh, that's funny. This is the blue stator base, which is, and that's the blue bell. So I'm actually, I'm putting this bell back onto the stator where it originally came from. It's kind of funny. Okay, so this goes with that. And then this guy comes over here onto this gray stator base, and then this is one of the ones that I've added the extra washer. Okay, so we're good to go. And so we're gonna put this in here. Wow, I can't believe this is like these wires are actually like maybe 1 millimeter too short, but it's gonna be fine. They're gonna have plenty of contact patch with this race wire. If they were like 1 more millimeter too short, though, they would probably be too short, which is kind of ridiculous, but I ain't gonna complain. All right, cool. And now this guy can go back in the motor bin with an attempt at having one of every motor. A terribly failed attempt, but an attempt nonetheless. Man, awesome. Okay, cool. Dodged a bullet on this one. Extending motor wires is about as awful. There's just nothing worse. It's just, it's like demoralizing to have to do it. Okay, here we go. Soldering iron is still at temperature, which is nice. I appreciate that, Captain Weller man face. So yeah, I'm not going to get a full contact patch. I'm just going to let the wire hang off ever so slightly because I need that little bit of extra wire length, believe it or not. gonna be all right though. There's plenty of contact patch here to go around. Yeah. All right, now we'll really get to see. Will these? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Guys, I can't even. I can't even explain to you. It is exactly long enough. Like this will never happen again. I will never get this lucky with motor wire length ever again. That is ridiculous. Man, everything's coming up Millhouse Ciotti. Alright. There we go with that. Hey! One more. One effing more. Oh man, look at that chat all blowing up with you. Man, I love looking over at the chat and seeing it all filled up without orange. Because, like, I don't know, I just love that you guys are hanging out with each other and chatting amongst yourselves. And it also helps me get work done. Like, selfishly, I like it because it makes me not feel bad about just, like, focusing on getting work done, which is what I need. There's so many goddamn builds that I have that need to get done. But also, it just feels good that you guys are all hanging out and swapping stories and shit like that. It's very cool, man. I know Discord is kind of like that, but I don't know, man. I don't do the Discord thing. I probably should, right? I should be on Discord more, right? You guys would tell me if I was totally missing out, wouldn't you? I've been trying to go on Discord more. I've been going on the Healthy Gamer Discord, actually. Tiago, have you spent any time over there? It's a lot of young kids. I feel like such an old bastard over there. I've gone into a couple of the text rooms, or a couple of the voice rooms, and it's like 16-year-olds, and I'm like, man, you guys are all worried about mental health at 16? I didn't even know that it existed. Like, I mean, I had a horrible depression back then, but I had no idea what that was. It's interesting. I go in there and they're all like trying to be better, and I'm like, I gotta like really resist the urge to just be like, well, you're 16, so just chill the fuck out.
I also struggled with anxiety as a kid.
Yeah, me too.
So that's something that kids are more aware of now, and they all acknowledge it because they're on their phones all the time.
Yeah.
They know that. They know that's why they have anxiety. It's a very fascinating thing to look into.
Hard. I just chopped this a little bit too short, or chopped off a little, not quite enough of the silicone. That's okay. Yeah, I don't know. Discord seems cool. I was on. It weirdly made me feel better. I feel horrible saying that, but the one night, a couple nights ago that I was on, I must have spent like an hour on Discord. I have notifications turned on, and I'm on Mark Spatz's UAV Tech Discord because I'm on his Patreon. I'm a patron of his as well, and it weirdly made me feel better because Crunked was just shitting all over somebody and talking to some random person that was on UAV Tech's Discord trying to get some help, and Crunked was just ragging on this guy, and it made me feel a lot better about how he does that all the time to me. I didn't get involved. I really wanted to get involved because it was pretty uncalled for, but it's not my Discord channel, so I resisted the urge to try to help this guy out. Yeah, I don't know, man. That guy's got some fucking demons that he needs to deal with, because yeah, I mean, there's enough negativity in FPV. We don't need more of it, and we certainly don't need it from somebody that's got a good knowledge base, right? Like, we take for granted that most of the people that have like a good knowledge base and can help are like nice, you know, nice people. It's hard to see the other side of that, but hopefully it'll work it out, man. You know, people that act like that are damaged, and they're mirroring, and that's tough, you know. Like, it's tough to see people acting like that, because they got a lot of pain in their lives, and like, it's a shame that they then take that out on other people, but it's 99% of the time, like, yeah, it's a pretty good indication that they're very sad, with something going on in their life, and that's tough, man. That's hard. It's hard to live life like that. So like, yeah, my heart goes out to people like that, but at the same time, like, it's just not cool for them to then shit all over everybody else, right? And just like spread that negativity around. Like, that's not cool. I'm as guilty of it as anybody. Like, I've done that before in my life. I'm lucky that now, as a 39.9-year-old, that for the most part, I'd like to think that I'm sort of past that. But it's been a long road. It's been a long, long road. And it's tough to see people that are kind of on that path. I mean, I don't think I've ever been like a total asshole like that, but I don't know. Depression is hard. Depression makes you act in inappropriate ways to the people that are trying to help you out the most. Like, outwardly, I'm weirdly really good about it, like, outwardly, like with other people, but then people that are closest are the ones that unfortunately can get the shit end of the stick on it, and that's where I've kind of struggled, unfortunately. And yeah, been sort of dealing with the impacts of that this year, but I mean, can't go back in time. Just got to move forward and try to be as good as possible for, 2021 and beyond. It's tough, but that's life. I wonder if that's bridged. I think it might be. There's a little bit of extra solder on here. I'm gonna just clean the tip of the iron, get this hot again, pick it up, and here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna flatten out these wires, put heat on the wires, pull them to the side, just kind of make more of a vertical stack with them. I pulled off a little bit of the solder by doing that, and then clean the tip to remove that, and then stick this back down. Oh yeah, now we're good. Oh yeah, now we're good. Actually, I need to add a little bit more solder. That's better. I could have actually just added flux. That was a flux problem, not a solder problem. And let me, I'm gonna lay this very first one down a little bit better here too. Just to be sure, I just want to get it flattened out. Better. Look at that. We've got motors on a prototype 5. So now we just need to stick down the VTX and receiver package, the capacitor. But first, let's figure out an antenna setup here. But what's cool is I can now turn off the soldering iron. My favorite moment in any build. So this is my little camera TPU loop. Usually I don't have any VTX TPU in here, but it's always worth taking a quick look. Nah, these are all camera loops. Okay, so this is not the bin that we need to be in. We need to be in this bin here. And let's see what I can find. I have something in mind, and it's this. This is from the OG CB3, and I'll bet you this is roughly the right width. Or it's the perfect, exact, absolutely ridiculously perfect width. That's pretty awesome. Obviously, I'm not going to use this XT30 part of it, but I am going to use this little 45-degree up tilt UFL holding part of it to put a little UFL antenna in. Wow, that's pretty awesome. No, I don't have a source for this. This was made by Rotorius like 3-4 years ago. You're not going to be able to find this. This is like OG my stash. Sorry. I got nothing for you on this, unfortunately. So I am going to need to cut the shrink wrap off of this VTX because I have a UFL to SMA on there. But let me get caught up on chat. It's an April Fool's miracle, Orga says. Look at that, April 1st. I'll be damned. Happy April 1st, guys. Tiago says, I think I have, but didn't lost much time there. It's not an easy time to be a teenager, nor easy times. Yeah, isn't that for real? HawkFPV says, are you building an HD FPV frame with analog? Sort of, yeah, Hawk. This is more of an HD focused frame, but I'm not on the HD train yet. So I'm building it as an analog frame, as an analog build rather, and mainly to just kind of like test the frame out. This is an electronics and motors package here that hasn't really had a home. It was in the Moon Goat, but I'm going to be giving away the Moon Goat frame. So now I'm putting it into this. Eventually, maybe when I'm done with this frame, maybe I'll throw it into a glide frame or something like that. We'll see. Maybe this will become the cinematic glide build. That would actually make a lot of sense. I have a feeling that's what I'm going to end up doing with this electronics package here. Tiago says, this fast mental food that the tech industry feeds the kids is terrible. The ad industry needs eyes on ads. I know a bit about it being in the industry. Oh yeah, that's true, Tiago. You do too. Yeah, I can't. I cannot imagine. Basically, being any younger than I already am. I got to grow up. Like a lot of us, we have an older crowd here, typically on this channel and in this chat. And I feel like most of us are pretty lucky, most of us that are like, what'd you guys say, like 35 plus years old, right? Like born, I was born in 81. So I feel like everybody that was born before, like, let's say 85 was pretty lucky, right? Like we got to grow up initially without any computers or tech, but then pretty early in our youth we got like nice basic shit, right? Atari, Commodore, ColecoVision, all that stuff, which was not overwhelming. It was just like amazing, right? In this weird, cool, simple way. And then when we got to double digits, we got like Nintendo and shit. Original NES, which was pretty awesome. Although, man, I guess you could make the case. I as a kid, I didn't really have many friends. I spent a lot of time in my room just with Nintendo. Single player. A lot of Excite Bike, a lot of Mario Kart. I got really into Mario Kart, and I got really into like hot lapping, and just trying to get a couple tenths, a couple hundredths quicker, and a lot of other Nintendo games. Yeah, I spent a lot of time as a kid with Nintendo, and then Super Nintendo, and then not so much Nintendo 64. But by the time Nintendo 64 came out, I was in high school, I think. And by that point, you know, you had the 4 controller ports on the front of it, and I'd started to actually make some friends. And my memories with Nintendo 64 are mainly surrounding the WWF game and GoldenEye, playing multiplayer, playing 3 and 4 player. And that was cool. That was very cool to be able to have that video gaming experience with friends in the same room too. You know, that was pretty neat. And then it really wasn't, but I feel like it still wasn't so chaotic, right? Like it was still fairly like clean and like not so nuts. And then I remember in college was OG PlayStation, and then PS2, and then towards the end of college, I remember finally getting a cell phone, and I remember that's when, so that's what, like late teens, early 20s, and I feel like that's when it started to kind of get overwhelming, right? Because texting and like that constant, like just that constant communication, you know, you could like be in touch with everyone at all times, and I feel like maybe that was when it started to just like really ramp up, you know, of like hey, let's be productive, hey, let's be productive, hey, let's be productive. Maybe it's because I was just maybe it was exacerbated by the fact I was in college, but I mean, I don't know. I think cell phones did change a lot, you know? Like, it just... It's easy to just scapegoat cell phones, though. I hope I'm not doing that. But to me, at least, that's what felt like there was a big change there. And I cannot imagine being like a kid with a cell phone. I just, it doesn't, I mean, well, and then the internet comes up too, right? And then social media, and like one of the things that I'm so fearful of with like kids, right, that are growing up with the internet is this idea that like the internet is permanent, right? And I was an idiot as a kid, and I had all kinds of dumbass beliefs based on dumbass kids that I made friends with, right? And like with internet and social media, like that shit's forever, right? Like you spout off on social media, like you make friends with the cool kid who is a Nazi or some crazy shit like that, right? And then you spout off on social media some Nazi shit. And then 40 years goes by, and you're trying to get a job or you're trying to run for like local, I don't know, something, local politics. I can't imagine that responsibility when I was a kid. I don't like that responsibility now. I post some shit on Facebook, you know, on my personal Facebook page that I keep pretty on the down low. Not on the down low, but I don't accept friend requests on my personal Facebook page from people that I don't personally know, that I haven't like personally talked to, because I've run into issues where back when I used to accept all the requests, I would post some you know, liberal shit, that typically before I post shit, I really think about it, and I really think about it in the terms of like, as a human being, as like a global human being, like, is this something that doesn't hurt a huge amount of people, right? Like, is this something that makes sense for the good of humanity? But yeah, it's crazy. I just I can't imagine dealing with it in my 20s and my teens. Like, nah, nuts. Where the hell was I in the chat? That was a hell of a tangent there. License to Drive says I've spent way too much time on IRC 20 plus years ago. Oh my god, talks to some great people, but also some that were, for lack of a better word, pricks. Yeah, man. Oh, that's so true. I remember AOL. Oh my god. Wow, I was in high school. I guess I was in high school when dial-up was happening. And I was typing A/S/L into Facebook, or not Facebook, my god, AOL, just like OG AOL, chat rooms, talking to people, talking shit, posting like, yeah, I remember typing like in all capitals to try to get people's attention and like, yeah, just all the stupid shit that you would do as a kid, and like the older people were like, you idiot, what are you doing? Stop. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just feels like that was much simpler, right? Like that was much more pure and like only text, no, like, I don't know. Maybe that's just could very well just be like, you know, as you get older, it's just like, oh, back in my day, everything was better. I try not to use the word better. I think the word simpler is much more accurate. Word FPV says, have a great night or a great day, I guess. We're going to finish watching the TV. Word FPV is already gone, but if you watch the replay, thanks for hanging, brother. Chibi says, I nearly cried when my Rotorius CV 2.5 frame and they closed down before I get a replacement. Yeah, I only have one left, Chibi. You know what you probably can do, though, is take a picture of that frame with some measurements and send that to CNC Madness, and they'll probably cut it for you. But I might have something even better for you coming soon. Just give me a little bit more time. Oh, look at you guys, you 70s bastards. License to Drive 73, Bob Noxious 71, Tiago 77, Olmax Maxio 30 plus. Makes me feel better that I'm not the youngest guy up in here. Or not the oldest guy in here, rather. Bob Noxious says Atari 2400. Yeah, my dad had lots of Ataris. My father was a big into computers. It was a really cool house to kind of grow up in. Richard says, I only have Super Mario Brothers, Duck Hunt, and Dr. Mario. Oh my god, Duck Hunt. Yeah, my god. So much time spent on Duck Hunt. Pushing the fucking gun against the screen. To make sure I got it as early as quick as possible. FPV-ish says beeper at 17. Yeah, see, I never got into the beeper thing. Cell phone at 21. I think I was maybe 20 when I got a cell phone. It was when I was doing deliveries. It was really nice to have it for when I was delivering pizza and flowers and shit. FPV-ish says you've got mail. Richard is from 1979. That's a pretty cool year to be born. Last possible chance to be born in the 70s. I missed that by a year. Or 2 years, rather. Jordan Pilot says I've been flying RC for 45 years now. I'm 55. Alright. Back to work. This is my way of escaping some bench work for a minute. Ah! That's the right button. There we go. Alright. Back to it. Let's get this finished. I think we can get this knocked out tonight. I would love to get this thing wrapped up tonight, so I can dive into the into that micro build tomorrow. There's gonna be a lot of build content coming, because I've just got all these builds stacked up, and yeah, I just got to get them done. It's driving me crazy that there's so many builds. It has been for a while, but I haven't been able to. I haven't just been in the headspace to really make the time. Like I've always had the time, but building, I don't love building, and as I work through some of the mental illness shit, I'm able to do things that I'm able to do more things that I don't want to do, but that I need to do. The last up until very recently, I've had to be very careful with doing things that I don't want to do too much, and running the risk of burning out. I'm very, very afraid of with this being my career now. The risk of me burning this out is huge, and I really want. I've been doing all kinds of things to try to prevent that from happening. And yeah, it's nice to. I've done a better job than I ever have in life. Like my typical path with interests and hobbies is get way too into them, stay way too into them, drive them into the ground. Photography was supposed to be a career. It's a great career, and it's something that I'm really good at, and I spent thousands of hours getting really good at. But I did not respect it the way that I have this, and I just went too hard, and I ended up hating it, unfortunately, and I just couldn't bring myself to do it as an actual career when it came time to really make that decision, and that sucked, because in Charleston, as a wedding photographer, you can make really good money, and I was tied in with the right people to be able to do that, but I fucked up, and I just pushed too hard with it, and blew it. But it was I learned a lesson from that. I mean, it was a lesson that I already knew. The hardest thing was that I kind of watched it happen, like I just, because it's happened to every hobby I've ever had. Like every single hobby I've ever had, I've pushed too hard, and I've driven them into the ground, and I just watched it happen with photography, and I was like, yeah, it was like I was watching myself third person, just make all the same mistakes that I knew that I shouldn't be making. And yeah, that was that, and that was. I had a perfect opportunity. I got let go for the job that I was supposed to bring with me when we moved to Charleston. I got let go like a week before the move, and I'd been ramping up with photography more and more and more, and I moved to a spot to the wedding capital of the country, and it should have been an easy thing, but instead I couldn't do it. I couldn't bring myself to do it. I couldn't get past the depression. I fell into one of the hardest, longest depressions of my entire life. Although 2020 fucking reset that bar. But yeah, I was unemployed and just broken. And that was sort of that was the beginning of a lot of suffering for me. And it was the beginning of the depression really taking hold, and really just fucking me up, and a lot of pain and a lot of I don't know if bad decisions is a little bit dramatic, but it's probably pretty accurate. But hey, 30s are rough, That was also the beginning of, early on in my 30s. I guess not. I guess towards mid 30s, but yeah, it's mental illness can do this shit, man. It can really take hold and not let go for a long time, and in the process, it can really mess you up. But this kind of is what it is. I've managed to somehow make it out alive, just barely, but and yeah, that's life sometimes. Gotta respect that shit. Can't what I'm trying to do right now is just like the 3D print of this got a little bit messy, and I'm just trying to make a little bit more of a path for the antenna in here, in case you guys are wondering. TPU is a bitch though, man. It's really like TPU is so resilient. Like I feel like you cut it and it fills right back in. Old Mad Maxio, he knows what's up. He knows about ruining hobbies. William Loesch says, "Are those T-motors?" They are. T-motor F40 Pro 4s. Word FPV says, "Not gone, just in the living room watching on the TV. Enjoyed you going back like that. I'd be screwed if I grew up with social media." Yeah, right? Can you imagine? And then Drone Pilot says, "Full on or it's not on is the way I go into hobbies. Motorbike fitness, rally driving, slip pan drifting. Cars, photography, motorbike, the list goes on. RC plus motorbikes." Yeah, this hobby is interesting. This is the first, like, I guess no, not really. I mean, photography is definitely a lifer kind of hobby, but I don't know. I burned out on photography pretty quick there. What was hard for me with photography is like it's such a big hobby that it was like no matter, and this I'm just gonna say this, and if I come off sounding like an asshole, that's fine, because I probably am, but it was like it's such a big hobby that like I was never gonna be able to be shit. Like I was always gonna be garbage. You know what I mean? Like, and like, I don't know, FPV. I like that it's more of a niche kind of thing, and I like that like that I'm able to like be good and to like be, you know, maybe in like the top couple hundred of pilots or of content creators or whatever the hell I am. Yeah, I don't know. Photography was just like, it was almost like too competitive, I guess, in this weird way, if that makes any sense. I really like I really like how sort of niche or niche, however the hell you want to pronounce it. I think pronouncing it niche is a little like pinky in the air, so I typically pronounce it niche. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that makes me a prick, but that's fine. I'm okay with that. But yeah, I don't know. It's plus like so like yeah, this is the first hobby where I'm like, I don't know, maybe this could be like something that I actually stick with forever. Also because like this is flying. Like photography feels a little like kind of nerdy, like going out with a DSLR, like I don't know, sometimes it feels like kind of cool, but a lot of times it's just like here's my anorak. Like it just I don't know. It just I don't know. It feels a little weird. standing alone in a parking lot wearing goggles feels much cooler, guys. Much, much cooler. Yeah, I guess that argument kind of falls apart when I realize that. But, I don't know. I don't know why. Come to think of it, I don't know why the hell photography didn't stick better than it did. Probably just because I just did it way too much. Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. Now that I really think through it, so here's photography for me. I got heavy into photography when Kristen and I first started dating, and she was living in North Jersey, in college still, and I was living in Cherry Hill alone. So I would come home at 5:30. This is when I worked at Disc Makers. I worked 7 minutes away. It took my commute was 7 minutes. So I would get home at 5:37 or whatever, and I would get on Lightroom. And this is also when I'd gotten into autocross. I'd finally, for the first time in my life, I had a job that was paying me enough to actually be into motorsports, which was always the dream. I'd been into cars, but this was my first chance being able to actually afford real car stuff. And so I would come home. So I would race on the weekends in multiple regions. I would run South Jersey region, I would run Philly region, and I would run New York region. And my worker assignment was always photographer, because that's a great worker assignment. So I would come home, and I would all night. I would load up Lightroom, and I would be in Lightroom all night, every single night. I would come home, make like hamburgers and hot dogs on the George Foreman grill. My stomach still hasn't recovered from that, and yeah. I would just sit in Lightroom all night long. I didn't really have any friends in South Jersey at the time. Eventually I made some friends, but at the time I didn't really have any. And yeah, that was my whole life. I would spend like 6 to 8 hours a night in Lightroom every single night. And this went on for probably about 4 years. Like... It was absolutely ridiculous. like I should have, at the same time, I should have written a book, How to Destroy a Hobby. And like, yeah, that was my whole life. So that's pretty much guaranteed why. Yeah, I mean, that is pretty obviously why I blew that hobby up. Which is annoying. I'm very annoyed at myself that I did that, but I don't know. I mean, oh, jackass! I put these nuts on and I forgot to plug the plug header in. But yeah, so I guess I shouldn't be confused anymore about why photography didn't last. I mean, you just can't hit something that hard. You just can't. And I was also like I was just editing the same thing over and over again, thousands, and because at any given event I would shoot between 2,000 and 3,000 images, and then I would come home and I would try to like get everybody like 4 or 5 really good images of themselves, and sometimes that would be like 10 or 20, and I wasn't charging for it. Like, I loved giving it away. Like, I just did everything wrong. I made all the mistakes. I didn't do any part of it properly. I could have charged for it. I could have like just kept it under control. I didn't do any of that. I made all the mistakes. But hey, you gotta make mistakes to figure shit out sometimes, I guess, is what I'll tell myself to make myself feel better. But yeah, And it is cool. I've taken enough of a break from photography where like if and I really typically don't, but if I do it, it is fun again, which is cool. And having that knowledge is pretty awesome, and having that like background is pretty slick. Really good hobby to have, or really good skill set to have, I should say. Being able to properly like light images, and it's led to some really cool stuff. Like eventually with photography, I got super into lighting, and through having knowledge in lighting, I do need this soldering iron again. Having knowledge in lighting has allowed me to do some really fun shit on some movies with my friend Michelle from Charleston. And that's been an absolute blast. I actually have one coming up now that we're in April, later this month. Michelle has hired me to come down to Charleston and run lighting on a short film that she's doing, and that's super cool, man. Like that's something that was like a totally unexpected part of it, but it's been such a blast. And to be able to and like I think I ran the lighting on like her very first film. She was a molecular biologist and kind of burned out on that, and had this passion for filmmaking. And I'd met her through a board game group of all places, like a tabletop board gaming group. And yeah, she needed people that like she started to want to make films. And I was like, well, I would love to run lighting. That would be super fun. She's like, wow, really? Okay. Done. And over the years, I got to run lights and do all kinds of wacky stuff with her on some really fun little short films that gave her, I mean, it's her full-time gig now, Octopunk Media, like it is what she does, and I got to have a little part of that, and that's really neat. That was a very unique, cool experience, and to get to see somebody do something so cool was pretty rad, and get to see her really succeed in it and turn it into a career, and pretty neat. But and yeah, for that to have come from photography makes it really totally worth it. Totally worth burning that hobby out and just busting my ass and figuring out how the hell to light and all that good stuff. It's funny how things kind of evolve over time. It's been a neat ride. And the people that I've met through those short films have been amazing. And super talented. I never really understood like proper acting until she hired a proper actor for one of her films, and that was pretty eye-opening. Like to get to be around like a real actor and or actress is I just never quite understood it. Like and it's yeah, it's pretty amazing. They are a unique breed, and their talent is pretty amazing, and kind of like unlike anything else I've ever experienced. Seeing them be able to like turn it on and turn it off, and just seeing the kind of people that they are, it sounds weird to say this, but it's the first time that I ever really like understood why actors and actresses in Hollywood make so much. I still think that it's a bit, I don't know, it's a bit over the they make too much. Let's just say that, in my opinion. But I could totally be wrong about that. It's how much people make is such a subjective kind of thing. and like what's too much. Who the hell knows? But it certainly seems like it's a bit much, right? You guys know what I'm saying. But at the same time, like, yeah, it's they're football players in the NFL. They make a lot of money too, right? It's anybody that's like absolutely at the top of their game tends to make a horrendous amount of money. Typically, I find myself like wishing that those people would. I mean, a lot of them are. A lot of them are very generous with it, but I don't know. I have pretty. I have sometimes unpopular views about shit like that. Democratic socialism and the like. But yeah, I don't know. Interesting. It's getting older is a lot less awful than I thought, which is kind of cool. What is this bell sitting here for? Is this a bent bell? No. Why is it sitting here like this? I'm gonna put it in the. Oh wait, no, the motor bag for these is over there. Yeah, I don't know. Getting old ain't so bad. B-Man says FPV is so much cooler. A flying camera, 4 spinning death blades, 100 miles an hour. Fuck yeah, yeah, so true. It's cool in the goggles. It's not very cool outside of the goggles. Med Maxio is from Jersey. Very cool. Go to any races at Raceway Park? Yeah, lots. I'll give you a blast here, Max. Check this out. We'll go old school. I don't do this enough. I need to do this more. I need to take you guys into the depths of my YouTube channel more often. All right, so let's see. 2006, 6/15/2006. I gotta kill the music right away on this. But yeah, this was the second time that I ran the Cobra. Oh, this is actually at Atco. That's right. Atco was a lot closer than to me than Englishtown, but I did go to Englishtown a bunch. I autocrossed a lot more than I drag raced at Englishtown. I wish I could play the audio from this, but there's Coheed and Cambria on top, and I don't want to. I'm trying to not have copyright shit going on in my videos. But yeah, I lived in New Jersey until I was like 34 years old. Kitten, you've come for beatings? Yeah, a lot of fun stuff in here. There, oh no, that was NJMP. Yeah, a bunch of these are at. A few of these should be in England. Oh no, I guess we were at Citizens Bank Park more with that region. No, one of these is at the Englishtown Road Course. Where the hell is it? South Jersey SCCA, South Jersey, North Jersey SCCA was the region, but this is not. Hold on. I could have sworn that. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I can't just go into my main. I have a video from with the Cobra at North Jersey's event on the Englishtown Road Course. It's somewhere in here, but it might be this. It might actually be this. Yeah, it is. Here it is. But I think I have. Yeah, I have copyrighted music on top. But yeah, this is Englishtown's road course. This is much later, 2009. But yeah, this is super fun. This, man, autocross on this road course was some of the most fun I've had. Autocrossing. It's a
It's a road course. It's not a real road course. It's basically an autocross. You know what it is? It's a drift layout. Their road course is flawed as a road course, but it's perfect for autocross, and it works really well for drifting as well. But yeah, man, I fucking miss this car. Ugh, so much fun. Yeah, this is a blast. Here's a link to this. Watch this with audio. The exhaust note of this car is something very special, man. This is one of the best sounding V8s ever produced. The modular dual overhead cam 4.6 liter. This is also the engine that Koenigsegg put in the original supercharged, I forget what the hell the model was, but their very first car used this same engine because it could put up with 1,000 horsepower from the factory. The block was an aluminum, nice lightweight aluminum block made at the Ferrari plant. There's an off course. Yeah, very cool. What else we got here? D-Man says, somebody has to make mistakes you need to learn from, either yourself or someone like you. Yeah, it's so true. So true.
Cat, stop crying. Can you go cry to your mother and ask her to feed you, please? Your father is busy live streaming.
Mad Max Low says, figured Atco was your spot. Yeah, I live right down the street. I lived like 15 minutes from Atco. It was cool in Cherry Hill. Remy Tim says, welcome to any new members of the collective. This is a part of the stream where CiottiFPV jerks himself with all old videos driving his cars fast while claiming he's beating his cat. So true. So very true. And Chibi says, very cool, but does it stack up with the mighty MX-5? Totally different. Totally different. The Cobra was a car that you couldn't win with at autocrosses. It wasn't properly classed. It wasn't able to be built in a way that was competitive, is what I should say. And that was kind of frustrating because I was getting to a point in autocross where I was fast enough to win. And I wanted to see what that was like. And also, like, it's a big fat old muscle car. So in terms of like handling dynamics, they're just not there. And the MX-5, on the other hand, is a very purpose-built sports car, specifically meant to go around corners. So it kind of goes back to the right tool for the right job conversation. The MX-5 is the right tool for autocross, realistically. And in that setting, it's... the little cat listened to me. He went and cried to Kristen. That's cool. Yeah, it's just much more lively. It's much more direct. It's much cheaper to run. That was a big part of it too. The autocrossing the Cobra was very expensive. It was $1,000. It was over $1,000 for a set of tires, and I was going through about a set of tires a year. Compared to the Miata, which was about $400 for a set of tires, and they would last a little bit longer. And I mean, just like in general, the running costs were very different. So that was, yeah, just the right tool for the right job. And but the noise, the exhaust note of the Mustang, and how much fun it was to just do dumb shit on the street, burnouts and stupid street racing shit that I should never have done, but you inevitably do when you're into cars and you're in your 20s. Yeah, it was really, really fun for that. And it was also like a really good, comfortable, like shockingly comfortable cruising car. The exhaust was a bit much. It had long tube headers, no catalytic converters, H-pipe, straight through mufflers. So I mean, the exhaust was like the end of the world. But that's really fun too. So yeah, like I
I miss it terribly because it was a great daily, and it was just so goddamn fun. But yeah, it was also it's expensive. It's a dual overhead cam V8. It had a whole bunch of miles on it. I beat the ever living piss out of it for year after year after year. So it was tired, and to rebuild that engine is very expensive. So it was time when we right before we left Charleston. I sold that car off, and it was a mess. It was rusted into the dirt. It was a nightmare. I'd held on to it and just kept it under a car cover for like 5 years previous to that, and you just can't do that. Like I wasn't doing proper maintenance. I wasn't starting it as often as I should have been. Just another set of life lessons, you know. But I had a great time with it, and there's no reason that I can't buy another one someday, and hopefully I will. I would love that, or maybe one of the newer ones. I don't know. It was a '96. It was the New Edge body styling, and they the hood line kind of drops away, and it has really good visibility in the front. Oh god damn it! I got it too hot and it fucking cracked. God damn it. Yeah, and that engine has a very unique sound to it. The generation after that with the round headlights, where they went back to like the kind of OG styling, they got a lot heavier, and the engine went to a 3-valve instead of 4-valve, and I just didn't think it made had as good of an exhaust note. It's a better engine, and then they went to the Coyote 5-liter, which is a much better engine. But yeah, I don't know. Probably get another one. They're man, it's a really cool car, and they're cheap. That's the other thing too. The New Edge body style Mustangs are very inexpensive, because they're kind of like the bastard children that nobody wants, and that also, I also like that about them. So, yeah, we'll see where life takes me. Main thing though is that it was a really neat daily, because it's a little heavier and it's got some horsepower and still fun to drive, and it's like it's heavy and fat enough. Like the Miata is an interesting daily, but being lightweight, like when you hit bumps hard, like they hit your spine hard. The Mustang is a daily at like 3,600 pounds. It just hits bumps better. Like it just floats more, and it's just more of a comfortable thing. And it's got back seats, right? So like if you have to, you can put people back there, and a lot of cool aspects to it as a daily. I'm not saying that Miata's not a good daily. It's just I really loved having both of them. When they were both running, that was really fun. And like they're kind of cheap enough where it's like if you have a half decent paying job, like I think that's kind of the move, to be honest. But that's the cheeseburger eating Merkin in me talking. It's kind of crazy to have two fun cars as an adult, but I don't know. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Leave me alone. I want this to shrink up a little bit more, but I don't want to crack it. There we go. That was it. I just needed to get a little bit more on top of it with the heat. Okay, cool. So now I saved this little VHB pad here. Let me actually put some heat into this. Just to kind of reactivate the stickiness. There we go with that. And get on there. Wow, or I can ruin the stickiness. Interesting. Okay, I need a little bit more BHB. That's weird. Usually when I heat it up, it reactivates the stickiness. Jackalope says, so glad that CiottiFPV is a night owl. A few hours behind here in Denver, but he's still going strong. Yeah, man. It helps that that my wife is staying up a lot later now. I used to bail a lot earlier to try to get to bed. But yeah, our schedules are beginning to sync up a little bit more with. I mean, I would always try to kind of sync my schedule to hers. It's interesting that her schedule is starting to sync up with mine. I did not expect that. I cut this too short. I am going to need it for something else, though, so let me just cut another piece. Old Mad says, that course sounded like it was holding that engine back. Oh, yeah, for real. Looking for the straight to actually breathe. Yeah, it was that was one of the issues with the Mustang, is that it was geared, very long gearing in the transmission. I had a different rear gear ratio. I had 373 rear gears. It could have really helped. It could have really used like a 410 or even a 430 or even really it could have used a 456 rear gear. But I mean, it's just not meant for autocross. It's a road race platform, and that was the eventual plan for it. That's why I held on to it for so long. The plan was that the Mustang would be the road course weapon, and the Miata would be the autocross weapon, and then I could, when my spine was in good shape, I could drive the Miata to work, and when my spine was broken, I could drive the fat old Mustang to work. But it just when I managed to bring it with me down to Charleston, but then when I got to Charleston, the whole unemployment thing really blew up, and then eventually when I did get a job in Charleston, well, any of the jobs that I got in Charleston just didn't pay. Charleston is a great place to visit, but a very difficult place to live, especially if you're not from there. Eventually it became very obvious that the only way to make any money in Charleston was to have been born there, and to have and to be in what they refer to as the good old boy network, basically meaning that they basically, to get a job, it has nothing to do, not nothing, but it has very little to do with how qualified you are, and everything to do with who you know, and whether or not you were born there. And I didn't know anyone, and I wasn't born there, and that just unfortunately made it practically impossible for me to find a job there making any money. And then on top of that, when we moved there, a lot of people were moving there, and the cost of living absolutely exploded. So like we kind of initially were moving there because the cost of living was low, and we thought like, hey, we're ready to buy a house. Let's move to a place where the real estate costs were really low. And very, very quickly, that just blew up. And like our rent, every year that we were there, our rent went up by $100, which was just crazy. And just all the other costs of living went up in that same crazy ratio. Like all these people from New Jersey and Ohio were just like flocking to Charleston, like right after we moved there, / like right at the same time, and it was just really weird timing, and yeah, it just didn't work out. But it was a cool little adventure. We had fun there. Some interesting times there. Met some really cool people there. Really, really. We not many, but a couple of the people that we met there will be lifelong friends for sure. And that, if nothing else, is well worth it. Those are really the things in life that it's just like, yeah, that's that was an experience that you just don't get all the time, you know. So didn't work out the way that it was sort of planned, but that's okay. Life has a tendency not to. And you can either fight that or you can flow with it. And I'm trying my best to learn to flow with it. Because fighting it has not gotten me anywhere. Well, I mean, it's gotten me somewhere, but hasn't gotten me anywhere that I've necessarily wanted to be. If you know what I mean. So this capacitor is not quite long enough unless I put it here, but I would rather kind of not put it there. But I might need to. I would really love to not have to whatever it. Mr. McGiblets it. What am I gonna do here? What am I gonna do here? I would also love to. Oh, I could do that back here. I can run a zip tie around back here. I should probably extend the wires so I can put it back here, but man, I don't want to do that. So I think I might just balls. Oh, I could rotate it. What if I rotate it like this? Oh, man. Well. Shit. I thought that I was going to be able to just tuck it alongside here. And I kind of can, but it's going to kind of be all up on these motor wires and shit. And like having the motor wires not get all tangled up is pretty important when I'm crashing through trees. Chibi says the Miata was my daily driver until I had a kid last year. Now it's sitting there collecting dust. Double A says Double A's going to sleep. Oh God, thanks for hanging, brother. What to do about this capacitor? What I could do is solder these wires straight down, like the cap is like this, and I could solder them straight down like that. And that'll give me a little bit more length on them. That'll basically bring that there. It's kind of a janky thing to do, but this build is probably not going to stay together in this format for all that long, so I'm actually going to do that. It should be fine. I've actually never done that, and I've kind of been curious as to how durable or not durable that would be. So I'm going to just approach this as a test to check that out. Kind of the worst thing that you could do. Like, solder is not a great mechanical... It doesn't have great, like, mechanical properties, and doing this is really banking on its mechanical properties, so, like, this isn't a great idea. But as long as I get the cap zip tied down so that it's not moving all around, should technically be fine. I'm interested to find out. how fine or not fine it's potentially going to be. So yeah, I'll take one for the team potentially here, and we'll do a little experiment. See how this is. Let me run this back here and get this plugged in while the soldering iron is coming up to temperature. The McDonald's farts have begun. Kind of interesting. Alright, so let me put this over to the side, and then I'll pull this guy down. And that's looking good. Okay, now I can just throw these plastic nuts on. Yeah, it's funny. I used to do these late night streams all the time, and then it kind of stopped for a while. And I have a feeling it's gonna be running strong moving forward. I feel like there's gonna be more of these than you guys can handle. Come on. How am I going to get this plugged in? This is going to be hard to get plugged in. Ah, no. Easy. Easy. See, all you got to do is doubt yourself, and then you figure it out right away. Alright, so let's run that little wire bundle down there. Nice and clean. Soldering iron should be good. Let's see what we can do here with this capacitor without having to rerun these wires. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I am going to do these one at a time because they're both black and I don't want to get them mixed up. So let me do this. I'll make a little thing on the end there.
He's laying on the bed, so I'm gonna lay down.
What a little jerk.
He's already on the blankie, so.
Alright, give me a minute.
You're good. I'm not. Ready for bed.
So this, oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, that's it. It is straight 90-degree on. That is the longest I can possibly make that. So now I'm going to try to do that with the other one. I can't believe how nice that kind of worked there. All right, here comes the other one. That is off. I think it's empty actually.
Oh, I should just take it.
All right, so now we're gonna try it with this one as well. Let me zoom you guys in so that you can have a shot in hell of seeing what the hell I'm doing, because this is pretty. This is kind of janky. Like, don't do this unless you have to. Then do it with caution. But yeah, I'm just so there's the capacitor. And then I've got the waffle cap on it, which gives me a nice pad. And then I've got the wire going directly into the pad. So the only thing holding the tips of the wires are, yeah, the only thing holding the wire on is the solder. I really prefer to have the strands of the wire and the pad flat, so that the strands of the wire are nice and flat against the pad. So there's minimum distance between, those two things. Whereas now I'm doing this with the strands of the wire against the pad, which is the weakest possible way to do it, but it gives me the longest. Yeah, I've explained it enough. You guys either know what I'm doing by this point or are completely confused. And if you're completely confused, that's okay, because you shouldn't do this anyway. This is a terrible way of doing this. But I bet you this will be totally fine. So now I gotta try to do this other one, and this one I'm gonna need to do with the tweezers. And so I need to go off to the side. Oh, that might be it. That might be it. Come on, stay there. No, it's not long enough. Shit. Oh, there we go. Nope. Stop moving. Come on. Stay in there. I did these in the wrong order. This is the shorter wire. Oh, but I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. Yeah. That's it. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. Wow. Like, okay. Oh, no. Oh, that wasn't even the pad. Okay. Okay, I didn't get the pad hot. All right, good. Yeah, that's the problem I thought I was going to have. Because I can't, like, I'm having to push this into the pad in this really janky kind of way. And it's not going to want to transfer the heat to the pad. Or it is. I think that. Damn, okay. Wow. Definitely janky, but a lot less janky than I thought, to be completely honest. Shit. Yeah, okay. That should be fine. So now it's just going to be about scooching this VTX over a little bit to give me enough room to lay this guy flat here. Yeah, okay. Done. Unless one of the little posts just broke. Nah, we're good. We're good. So yeah, those two little fellas are just going to sort of hang out there together. I'm going to put a little strip of VHB down there to stick this down on. And we should be all set. Thin strip of VHB because it's a round capacitor. I don't think I can run a zip tie around this capacitor the way that it is right now, which really sucks. And that really scares the hell out of me. But again, this is an experimental kind of build. This is just sort of going to be parking lot bashing. I'm not going to run this thing long range or unrecoverable or anything like that. So, I have a feeling we'll be alright. So with that thing down, I'm going to be plooping that right on there. So that is roughly there. Oops. So VHB can go right about there. All right. So I believe, oh yeah, that's in the right spot. Cool. So I'm going to push it forward a little bit just so it's not under tension, and really push it down into this VHB. This VHB is really going to earn its keep on this one here. Should be completely fine though. The VHB is hilariously sticky and strong stuff. And then this will be zip tied, so this should actually be totally fine. There is a hole there. Oh, but it's a hole. It's not a hole on the inside. Yeah, because the arms take up that inside space. Yeah, so there's really no way to zip tie this unless I ran one big ass zip tie around this whole goddamn thing, which I might actually do that. I might actually run one big zip tie around this whole schmagegi. Why do these motor screws keep falling out? Did I not? Why is it this one over and over again? What? Is it stripped out or some shit? What's happening here? This one motor screw keeps falling out. And why? How are you? Okay, now it's cranked. I mean, that's very strange. Very, very strange. Okay, so that's held down. This is down. I'm going to do one zip tie here, but I can wait. Let's get this Immortal T on here. I'm gonna leave you guys zoomed in because that's a pretty good view there. Oh, hey, I can do a couple more of these little plastic nuts. I'm also interested to see how this flies with the 30 by 30 Acon. You can get this 30 by 30 Acon. You won't be able to run 15 millimeter standoffs in the glide with it, which is kind of a bummer, but or maybe you could, I don't know. If you slammed it tight enough, you might actually be able to. You never know. I also need to find a spot for this little LED. I mean, I could just stick it right down in there. You know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna run it up over here, pull these guys out of the way, and just kind of stuff it down in there. Stuff it down with some brown. Am I right? Am I right? I'm right. I'm gonna hit this guy with a little bit of heat. Try to bring that VHB back to life a little bit. And burn my fingers off at the same time. And let's just cram it down in there. It's gonna be fine. Too long to go in the front like that. It could go sideways, but oh, I see. I'm gonna go around here and then turn it back. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Okay. I should have really redone the wires on this and the capacitor, but whatever, it's fine. Get in there. Just come on, go in there. There we go. Great. Terrific. Fine. Just want it out of the way. Get up in there. There we go. Okay. Terrific. Stupidest spot for it ever, but whatever. It's done. It's in there. Oh, you know what I can do? I can just angle it a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Now the LEDs have a little bit more room to shine. There we go. That's the stuff. The whole inside of this thing is going to glow all purple. It's going to be amazing. And all the ladies are going to come flocking. It's going to be incredible. Actually, it's gonna shine right into these bundles of wires and look like a total ass bag soup. But whatever. I didn't want to have to desolder the wires from the thing, so this is an easy way around that. I love hanging the thing from these. In this case, I'm gonna run these wide. I think because the Immortal T is wider than the standoffs, I want to say. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe? What if I put them on the other side? Random FPV. I see you. Alright. Let's go on here. I actually like that better. Okay. So let's throw this guy on here. Yeah, I really like hanging the Immortal T off the back with these little TPU things. I think BMC 3D sells these. It gets the Immortal T just far enough away. It's downstream of the prop, so they blow it, away from themselves. And yeah, it's been really strong. I don't think I've chopped up a single Immortal T putting it on these TPU mounts, which is really impressive. Putting Immortal T's on the arms, my God, they just get chopped up constantly. This is a nice, simple easy setup, and it also has good performance because you're moving it away pretty far away from the carbon. So yeah, I like these things. I like these little guys. They work shockingly well. So to keep them down, there's a little trick. You just you take some shrink wrap and you use that as a little spacer on the TPU. So I'm going to be running this on top as well. So let me just look. And yeah, all right, so about that much. So like roughly that much. Just as a little spacer. And then same kind of deal. About that much. And then you don't even really have to shrink them. You just put them over the standoffs, and they just act like simple little spacers to keep the TPU from riding up. And so I'd already shrunk these down, so let me just stretch them out a little bit. Come on. You didn't know? Shrink wrap, you can like re-stretch it a little bit and then re-shrink it. Or before you put it on initially, you can stretch it out a little bit if it can't quite fit over the thing that you need it to fit over. You just got to be careful. You can't stretch it too much because it'll tear. But yeah, you can, in the same way that when you heat it, it shrinks, you can just stretch it out a little bit. Top tip. All right. And yeah, I do need to manage this. I'll tuck this wire in when I run the. You'll see. So this guy wants to be like this. Oh fucker! I forgot to put an extra piece of shrink wrap around here. It's nice to have an extra piece of shrink wrap to shrink it to this little 45-degree guy. God damn it, I forget that every single time. There's a chance I can stretch this enough to get it over the head of the antenna. Let me give it a little try. Won't know unless we try. Let's see what happens here. So we're going to take this and we're just going to pull it, see how much stretch we can get on it to maybe sneak it. This is a Foxeer Lollipop V whatever, V3 or some shit, I guess. It's the whatever the new ones are. They're really cheap, and usually cheap is not great for antennas, but I'm going to give them a shot. Maybe they're okay. Yeah, see, it's just not quite stretchy enough. Let me see if these other pliers have a little bit more stretch to them. Oh, they do. Oh, yeah. And you want to be quick. Like, it shrinks back. Oh, my God, that stretched out like crazy. Holy cow, okay. I didn't realize those jaws on that one opened up so much bigger. So now that that's on there, I'll show you what I mean. This guy is going to go down here. And, oh boy. It's going to be tough to get this down over the standoffs, but it ain't going to go anywhere once it goes down. Oh boy. Alright, let's see. This is going to be challenging. Get the last little plastic nut going here. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Come on. Oh yeah. Got the first one. Almost got the second one. Here's the base of this guy. Oh, there it goes. Yeah. TPU, man, what an interesting material. It's so stretchy. So stretchy. Alright, there we go. Those two little fellows are on there. So now this little guy, pull this piece of shrink wrap up. This little guy is going to slot in here into the little holder thing. I just need something to push it into the little gap in there. There we go. So push it into the little gap, and then it goes into the little holder part. And then the shrink wrap is just going to shrink down to double hold it, because you want to make sure that this antenna doesn't, like when you go crashing through trees and shit, the head of the antenna will get pulled. So this little piece of shrink wrap is going to go to just kind of pull that little guy. Let me show you guys. Probably have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. So that's the little setup there. So the TPU is like a little cradle, you know, that holds it, and then this piece of shrink wrap is going to just pull on that little cradle. Everybody write a message to Logitech and say, "Hey assholes, fix your fucking cameras." There you go. See how it kind of cradles the UFL in there? And then this shrink wrap is going to pull it shut, and then I'm going to put a zip tie on here as well. And that is usually enough to grab the UFL so that when this gets pulled, it doesn't yank it out of the goddamn VTX. So let's get this shrink wrap going first. Hopefully it shrinks down enough. Oh, it might not. Worth a shot regardless. Oh yeah, there it goes. There it goes. It just shrunk that last little bit that it needed. There we go. The zip tie is the thing that really kind of locks it in there. But still, the shrink wrap definitely helps. And you just want to kind of moosh it down in there. Make sure it sits in there all nice and gets cradled by the TPU. Let me just hit it one more time. Gotta be kind of careful when you're putting that kind of heat into a TPU holder, because you can get the TPU too hot and it can get all fucking angry. But yeah, this is the magic here, is the shrink, is the zip tie. This is where the actual strength comes from in holding this guy in here. And I usually try to put the head of the zip tie down in the on the bottom, because the head of the zip tie has a little bit of a gap, and you want that gap to be where the TPU is solid. I don't really know how to explain that, but just put the head of zip tie down. Just works better that way. Give it a good pull, and that works surprisingly well. That is how I have all of the antennas mounted on my glides. This is the best way that I've found to mount the little straight UFLs. This little UFL direct to the VTX saves you about 10 grams over a UFL to SMA with a big chunky SMA mount and then with a big chunky SMA antenna. I wish that these little lollipop antennas had a little bit longer of a wire, but hey, can't have it all. So now let's get some zip ties going on the rest of this shit, and we'll be pretty much done at that point. I mean, I think we're pretty much there. So let's go up from the bottom here, and I want to get the wire from the Immortal T into this zip tie, and so this is going to want to rotate like that, and this is going to want to go over like that. So if I put the head of this over here, if I put the head of it there, now this is going to want to go like that. This is not going to... I think I need to run it like this, actually. I think I need to do this, which is a little annoying, but this will also pull the... yeah, and this will lock the motor wires, and this is fine. This is going to be okay. So put the head of this here. Can I rotate this around a little bit? Is that gonna... Oh shit, no, it goes on top of that guy down there. That's not good. Alright, so yeah, I need to run it all the way up here like this. This ought to be interesting. I don't know how this is going to be, but we're going to try it. Again, this is first build attempts. You know, the first time that you do a build, these little details are never perfect, but you just gotta try it sometimes, see how it is, and then adjust from there. So yeah, this is interesting. It's pulling these motor wires in, which I don't hate. None of these guys are stretched tight, right? They still have a little bit of motion to them, so that's good. And this shit is all VHB down, so I mean, this is just like a second layer of security. Oh, and that zip tie did just move, which I kind of like. Yeah, this is a little bit better. And I don't want this to be cranked. Like, I want this to have some motion to it, because again, like, they're VHB. The VHB is gonna handle most of the work. This is just kind of like a second level of holding it down. I think I'm actually gonna leave it there. So that is now held down. Man, I would really love to figure out a way to hold this guy down. And it might just be another one of these zip ties. I feel like I might be able to sneak another one of these guys in here. No, there's not enough room. And it's getting in the way of that thing. What if I did a small one? Let me try one of these little fellas. I just get one of these little guys. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is it. This is fine. Just one of these little guys, just kind of this is also gonna hold the motor wires in. This is gonna be good. Oh, it's not long enough. I'll be damned. It won't quite catch the maybe it will. Oh, if I can just catch the very first little notch, I would love that. Come on, little buddy. Just be a little bit longer. Just catch the first little grippy guy. Did it? Did it? I think it did. I think it did. That is gonna break. That is not gonna survive long on there. But shit, and yeah, now it just let go. Didn't break though. Hold on, let me see. I think I might be able to get it. Oop, there it was. I heard it. I heard the click. Man, that is tight. Well, if it breaks, it breaks. But it's there, and it's I like that it's there. Nice little. And this will also pull this down into the VHB to really seat and get it nice and sticky on that VHB. So if nothing else, it'll put pressure. Why do these keep falling out? How are these motor screws falling out? What is? I swear to God, if it's from that same motor, I'm gonna lose my mind. It's not. It's from this one. I mean, I did only just finger tighten them. I just don't understand how they're spinning to loosen up. Okay. Well, now we can crank them down. I actually need to take some pictures of these new kebab arms with the bigger horns and send them over to Brent from BMC 3D. He's down to make arm protectors for these, which is super awesome. So look out for that. That'll be coming at some point here. Get these guys cranked. Okay. I think we're done. I think that was the last thing I needed to do on here. Give another once over. But I believe we've got a working rig. And all these electronics were in the Moon Goat, so like I can just put a battery on this and go. Come on, get out of there. And I've got all the TPU that I need and shit. And these same motors were on, so they should be spinning the correct direction. And yeah. Got a camera on here. So we've got these plastic nuts. These plastic nuts do love to back themselves off. So I'm going to show you a little trick for that. Kind of get them cranked down to where you want them. And then you just put a little tiny blob of welders on top, in between the plastic nut and the metal shaft in the middle. So you take your little tube of welders and you just go bloop. And bloop. And bloop. And bloop. And yeah, it just gives a little bit of adhesion between the plastic nut and the metal center shaft. And it's just enough for them to not back off. And then when you need to get them off, you just use your fingernail and you can just scrape the welder right off. It's like super slick, super simple. Flight controller's sitting on there nice. Get some of that extra contact cement off of there. I want to make sure that there's a little bit of squishiness, but not too much squishiness on the flight controller. Camera's plugged in, flight controller, ESC, capacitor, BTX, receiver, LED, tiny little short ass antenna, which I have a feeling this isn't going to have great video range with the antenna this short, but we're going to find out. Top plate is directional. Glad that I didn't get that wrong. What's going on with the camera? Why are the camera plates so pulled in? It's because it's a 19mm wide camera and it's a 20mm wide gap, I'll bet. So I'll bet you I need to loosen the camera screws to let these vertical plates separate a little bit. And then I'll put the top plate on. And then I can crank them back down. And I'll betcha that I break this camera case. I'll explain why when it happens. Yep. So, don't love that, but that's kind of a part of the game with these vertical camera plates. Well, I need to file these strap slots. I need to file these battery strap slots, otherwise it's just going to cut the battery strap. And I need to put a battery strap, and I need to wait for this welder to dry. So I think... Oh, and I need to put press nuts in this guy. Well, I'll do the press nuts now. But I think these press nuts are going to be the last thing that I do on this for tonight. And the next time you see this, it'll just be flight footage from it. Because this is done. What's up, Pertin to go? D-Man says, stepped away, still going, burning the late night. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I need a little screw action. This one will work. 1.5, M2. Is this an M2? Yeah, it is. Alright, so let's get these press nuts in here. So we're going to go, they want to be on the bottom. So we're going to go through the top with the M3. Onto the press nut. And we're just going to pull it right down. And as we tighten, these magical press nuts that Bob has found. Well, oh god, this screw is... What the fuck? Why is this screw like already stripped out? What the hell? This is... Alright, get the hell out of here. You're garbage. Let's use a proper socket-headed little short screw for this so that we can really crank this press nut in here. Okay. M2.5 guy. And this is gonna seat the shit out of this press nut. See, you just crank these press nuts in, and they have these little fins, and the fins are angled, so as you crank it tighter, it rotates right in, and it just absolutely buries itself, and it's fucking great. I really, really like these press nuts. That the good ones. Some of these frames, mine included, went out with some shitty ass silver ones, but these black ones are really good. The manufacturer screwed up, and they didn't put the press nuts that they should have in with a bunch of these prototype 5s. So if you got one of the ones with the press nuts that strip out, just shoot FPV Cycle an email, and they'll send you a pack of the right ones. And that's all there is to it. And those press nuts are for the back of the GoPro mount. So yeah, there we go. Top plate is done. Oh, that's a problem. Those are gonna hit. Fuck. I'm gonna have to find shorter standoffs, but I'm gonna do that next time. This is pretty much done. That's just a stupid little issue that I'm gonna have to fix. I'll explain it on the next one. But hey, look at that! We got the prototype 5 damn near all the way done. Let me check the oh god, crotchal region. Let me check the one that Nevin sent. Yeah, that's right on top of those. I'll be damned. Well, I can fix that. That'll be fine. I can fix that. but I'm not gonna fix it right now because I gotta wait for the welder to dry that's on these top nuts, and then I actually need to scrape it off with my fingernail, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, there you guys go. There's a Prototype 5 done. So tomorrow we'll finish this up, and then we'll dive into this little guy. This is the FPV crate / Get FPV QAVS Mini with the 4-inch arms. This is going to get a Caddx Tarsier for HD, hopefully with no props in view. I think with 4-inch propellers that there will either just be a little tiny bit or hopefully no props in view. And then I'm going to see how this is as a freestyle rig. This layout is more kind of for long range-ish. But I don't know. Maybe it'll freestyle. We'll find out. I have a feeling that this is going to end up being a build that I give away in the month of April. So this might be the 6th full build given away in the month of April. No promises, but I do want to get it done. I'll get it done on April 1st, it looks like. Cool. Well, I probably won't get it all the way done tomorrow, but we'll at least get started on it. Chibi says, made some major progress on the Prototype 5. Good job. See you later, man. Thanks for hanging, Chibi. And Cage Drummer, standing upside down in Australia. Just in time for me to end the stream. Sorry, brother. That's it for me. Thanks for hanging, everybody. This has been Workbench Wednesday. Prototype 5 is done. I'll get it finished up tomorrow, get it up in the air. We'll see what it does. Here's some random flying from God knows when. I will see you guys. I mean, it's already Thursday here, so I'll see you guys later today.
See how it be.
Thanks for hanging, people. Here's some flying. I'm going to put some epidemic sounds underneath it. And yeah, get some sleep.